Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black business. I am Black business. Tell me, are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black business.
I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black business. I am Black business. Are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina.
Join Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black business. I am Black business. Tell me, are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world.
The Black Business Expo is changing my life. This year, they are giving away laptops and even $5,000 in cash to students just like me. I'm Alexis, and I want to go to college to fulfill my dream of becoming an entrepreneur. Help the Black Business Expo going to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com and also becoming a vendor, a sponsor, or donating.
What if you could build your own city? A place where every child can find nurturing people to help them achieve their full potential. A place where every adult can access job training support. Where health education is abundant. Where social justice ruled the land. A place without limitations. Welcome. You have arrived at STEM City USA. It is what every city should be. A safe and trusted community where you find people and resources to help you become everything you are and beyond. STEM City is unlike anything you have ever experienced. It is a digital twin of the world around you, only better. STEM City is about energy and soul renewal. It is more than a digital world. You can almost feel the power of live cultural events, music, and theater. STEM City promises a better future for children with caring mentors and hands-on activities with dedicated tutors to support our youth. STEM City is your passport to a healthy lifestyle with weekly events addressing our community's many issues. STEM City is your financial well-being with helpful information on wealth management, career advancement, job training, and so much more. STEM City is the community you deserve. It is the city where your dreams can come true. STEM City USA, a place in the sky that is accessible to all who reach for the stars.
Did you know women represent just 3% of Fortune 500 CEOs and less than 15% of corporate executives at top companies worldwide? Have you wondered what the secrets are to getting into the top ranks, whether in the private or public sector? Do you want to figure out how to stop being held back in your career or passed over for promotion? Then you're in the right place. Hi, I'm Dr. Madeline Ann Lewis, President and CEO of the Executive Women's Success Institute. I have decades of experience in the military, the federal government, and corporate America, and my mission is to help women succeed and tap into their full potential. I want to reach 1 million plus women around the world to become the leaders they are meant to be. So if you want to move into a management or executive level position, or maybe you are a female veteran transitioning out of the military into business entrepreneurship, then reach out to the Executive Women's Success Institute at 301-693-3284. Let us get you on the fast track to success.
Over the past few years, we've seen the growth of existing and new initiatives focused on financial inclusion, building global networks, and reducing the wealth gap in response to the idea there's not enough seats at the table. Whether their outcomes are to increase the representation of Black executives on corporate boards, ensure an inclusive global economy, or to create new U.S. African commercial pathways, the strategies are often carried out by separate programs. The question is, should they be? With the continent of Africa being home to more than half of the world's fastest growing economies, the youngest workforce, over 400 companies generating more than $1 billion annually, 700 generating more than $500 million annually that are poised for growth, and being the destination of nearly $5 billion in venture capital in 2021. Diversifying U.S. and Africa commercial engagement by building bridges between African businesses and their U.S. diaspora should begin being seen as mutually beneficial. From helping to reduce Africa's enormous capital gap to catalyzing two-way trade opportunities, the COVID-19 global pandemic hopefully has taught us that global challenges and opportunities are more interconnected than we thought. During the pandemic, African companies like Unicorn Flutterwave, insurance provider Reliance Health, ride-hailing app Yasir, and 54 Gene, the continent's first bank of DNA on people of African descent, prove that when African companies have access to networks, capital, and information, they grow big, grow fast, and create solutions that are valuable to the world. This is why Be Direct was created. We are the first U.S.-based but African-centric board preparedness and board search company designed to connect U.S. Black talent and corporations to African businesses. Unique and fundamental to Be Direct's success is our process of helping board candidates adapt their experience and networks to an African context before they're connected to high-growth companies that are looking to locally and globally scale. From our focus groups with African business execs and government leaders, we don't ignore the sentiment that business is easy, but people are hard. Having a pool of board candidates with hard-to-access networks and extensive experience across the business life cycle, including successfully raising capital, is table stakes for an initiative like this. So yes, we have that. But corporate or entrepreneurial success in the U.S. does not guarantee success in Africa. Developed alongside industry partners on the continent, our training program, Be Direct Prep, is designed to transpose their experience to create cultural comfort, understanding, and a commitment to helping businesses in Africa scale. Our board governance sessions are African, continental, and country-specific, integrated with cultural awareness and dexterity training, masterclasses led by African industry execs, and mentoring and coaching from African continental-based facilitators. But even more unique to Be Direct Prep, we cap off our training program with an immersion trip to help candidates that have not been to Africa before see and feel Africa's complexity and opportunity from African soil. We all know traditional network-based board placement has historically left a lot of us out of ever really being in the paid board pipeline. Our strategy supports the work of many great organizations that are successfully filling seats at U.S. board tables by creating more tables for those that are still left on the sideline. It's time to start seeing the role and value of U.S. Black talent and businesses on the continent of Africa differently. Old perceptions and habits limit economic inclusion. Let's transition Black talent and the African businesses they will support from the periphery of the global economy to its core. Living in a global lockdown, we all know now how fast local and global economies can change, and see the value of having businesses that hire, strengthen local value chains, and even grow globally. Status quo in any form holds back progress. We must democratize U.S.-Africa commercial engagement by socially and economically connecting cultures that have long been disconnected. It's time for Africa's U.S. diaspora to redefine their global value by helping African businesses scale continentally and globally.
Why do I do what I do? You know, my life coach asked me that a few years ago, and she said, Tony, what's your why? And I told her, and she said, girl, you've already accomplished that. Perhaps you need a new why.
Hi, Tony Harris, Amy Hoydu with Say It Said Marketing, one of your students, and just wanted to say thank you, Tony Harris, for spending so much time with me and giving me that boost in my business that I.
This is Dr. Arnold T. Petsworth. He's the owner of Petsworth Vet World, a veterinary clinic in Hopton, Connecticut. His patients include dog, cat, frog, fish, Goldie, dog, and this alpaca. Due to doctor-patient confidentiality, we can't tell you their names. Business at Vet World was steady, and then quarantine hit. Neighbors brought new four-legged friends into their homes. Bunnies everywhere. Dr. Petsworth welcomed these new patients with open arms. The only problem? There were more appointments than he could manage. That's when Dr. Petsworth turned to his American Express business card, which offered spending potential that's built for his changing business needs. He decided to hire a new assistant, Julio, and with spending power built for business purchases, he used his card to furnish a new exam room. Together, Dr. Petsworth, Julio, and American Express Business made sure all the pets of Hopton got the love and care they deserve. And everyone was happy. Get the card built for business by American Express.
Absolutely. So our coaching program help people that have the lack of time, that lack strategies, and lack the confidence to go after their dream life. So we help them implement tools. We help them implement, I love to leave the inherited lack of finances or the education behind finances. But it wasn't until I lost my firstborn, my only son, that life changed for me. And where I was going after it all, living the corporate life, hit my 6-figure income, and living in my dream house with my dream man, driving my dream car.
Wow.
I nearly lost it all when I lost my son. And so I realized it only takes one financial catastrophe that can change your entire life. That's what made me start All New Beginnings. Because no matter what's going on in life, there's a new beginning. And because of that, we develop a program called Wise Minded. My little slogan is, don't just dream it, let's live it. If they want to connect with you or work with you, what is the best ways for them to be able to do that? Well, for my social media guru, you can connect with me on every single social media platform as Tanya T. Wallace.
I'm Ramon Ray, founder of Smart Hustle Magazine and smallbiztechnology.com.
You're here today to celebrate small business success. Stand up on your feet. You rocked the house. It was amazing. Didn't we learn? For me, success comes from failure. One thing not to do is shake somebody's hand like this.
I am a child of the Most High God. He has gifted me in ways that I could not even imagine and didn't know.
There was a time when I didn't know who I was. I listened to other people tell me who I should be, what I should do. I listened to people telling me that I should be a boutique owner, that I should be a construction manager, that I should be a laborer. Have you ever felt like you should do something else, be something else, go somewhere else, be wherever you wanted to be, and you felt like you were in a box? Anybody in the room? And you couldn't get out? Anybody in the room? And you kept trying to go and go and you couldn't get out? Anybody in the room? But let me tell you, you need to rock the box. Rock the box.
I am engaging, inspiring, and empowering. I would give you everything I know. Just by touching you, if I could, by osmosis, give you every single thing I've learned, I've gone through, I know I would. We know that's not possible, but as it is possible, I love to share information with people.
Some of you out there, people have told you that you can't be, you can't have, you can't do. But I will tell you, like Kingston said, you can, you must, and you will. If it's to be, it's gonna be me. You gotta say it. If it's to be, it's gonna be. If it's to be, it's gonna be. If it's to be, it's gonna be.
Barbara is because she believed what her mama said about her and not what other people told her.
Every day you wake up, when you're in a situation, it's your choice whether it's an advantage or the disadvantage.
She gained her confidence and her life, and now she is a testimony.
If I can help you elevate yourself, then I feel like I'm elevating my own self as well. What you know and I know together can change the world. Art
to me is a creative expression of something from nothing. You know,
it explodes onto the canvas, or it explodes on in my work. One of the things that I try to do more than anything is I try to just give the lines and the movements and emotions and expressions into what I do. Art really means to me a chance to express how I feel deep down inside. Most of my art begins as a thought that I might have, whether it's sports, whether it's history, whether it's a woman or a man. It pretty much starts as an idea of thought before I get into the actual image of what I'm going to draw. I do a lot of historical pieces. I was a history minor in college, and I love to do history pieces. And a lot of times I'm thinking about history, and then I try to make that history impact you as you look at it. That's one of the reasons I do pictures so large. People ask me, why do I do pictures so big? And I tell them, I want the piece to impact them as they're looking at it. To kind of dominate them, dominate their space. And most of my pieces I try to do off page. I don't try to do anything that's going to be in those four corners or in a square. And I want your imagination to be a part of the piece that you're looking at.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
Good day, business owners, entrepreneurs, thought leaders, and corporations. Welcome to the Black Business Network. My name is Andrea Adams, and I am your Black Business Moderator for this morning on the Black Business Network. The Black Business Network is a 24-hour business network showcasing Black businesses, business owners, entrepreneurs, and thought leaders worldwide. We have speakers from North Carolina, London, Singapore, Africa, Japan, and cities all over the United States. The Black Business Network is a global community sharing its business knowledge to empower, inspire, and educate businesses about business. Our first speaker is none other than our founder, Dr. Eric Kelly III. He is a world-renowned abstract expressionist artist, transformative business leader, a visionary abstract artist, humanitarian, entrepreneur, author, poet, producer, scientist, and photographer. Also a community activist whose work is centered around promoting world peace and exploring the dynamic interplay in his art of bold lines, expressive colors, and human connection. Dr. Kelly spans over 60 years of work within his career. In addition to his artistic achievements, he's also an influential figure in the business world as the founder of Kelly Worldwide Advertising Agency. He facilitated multi-million-dollar campaigns and established himself as a branding, advertising, and marketing expert. After retiring from advertising at the age of 45, He dedicated himself to the daily love of his art, drawing, painting, exploring themes of history, humanity, and global unity through his craft. He has also authored books, including the groundbreaking Who, What, When, Where, How, and Why book. Turn your imagination into compensation. He is also the architect of innovative programs like the Mind Print Growth Calculation and Global Business Operating System University, aimed at helping entrepreneurs, consultants, and leaders achieve personal and professional growth. Ladies and gentlemen, I have the honor of welcoming our founder, Dr. Eric Kelly III.
Good afternoon, good afternoon, good afternoon, good afternoon. Good afternoon in some places, good morning in some places, and of course, good day in many places. I am Dr. Eric Kelly III, and before I get started, I wanted to thank each and every team member who works with the Black Business Olympics. I want to say to you all that you're doing an outstanding job by providing us with speakers, providing us with inspiration, and no question, providing us with dedication. This morning, I want to begin to talk about the Black Business Olympics, give some backdrop for those who have tuned into this Olympics for the first time, or who have tuned into this network for the first time. The Black Business Network started way back in 1982 when I graduated from college. It was the first network that I opened up to begin to talk about business and talk about doing business with Black people. And when I say that, one of the things I must talk about is that the Black Business Olympics, is a show that's being broadcast on the Black Business Network. And so with that being said, I want you to understand that our first show was called The Man on the Spot. And The Man on the Spot was a show here in Durham, North Carolina, where I interviewed some of the greatest people of our times, the Jesse Jacksons, the Claude Andersons, the Tony Browns, the people who were doing great things in those days. And so the Black Business Expo has been a show that my grandmother created to bring Black businesses and corporations together. And that show started right around the 90s, 89, not 90, 89. That's when that show started. And so Lovella Stansel Kelly, my grandmother, started the Black Business Expo, which is now Black Business Expo USA. We decided not to do a lot of shows around the country, but to support all of the expos that were around the country. Had an opportunity to work with Black Expo USA, traveling 14 cities around the nation, which really began to shape the Black Business Expo. And so this morning, I want to just talk a little bit about why we do it. The reason we do it is to raise scholarships for kids. We do it to raise scholarships for kids. But why do we do that? Well, if you look at the stats in our communities and our neighborhoods right now, you'll find out that our Black kids are number one in suicide. And somebody must stand up and talk about it. You can't just continue to just say it's happening, but we're not going to talk about it. And so one of the reasons that the Black Business Expo began was to raise scholarships for these kids to see something better that they can do with their lives, other than just rapping, entertainment, politics, church, or gender biases. And so the Black Business Olympics has pushed that broad goal even further, as we've been able to broadcast to over 200 countries. And, many times people say that they're doing these kinds of things, but One of the things that we do is we have speakers from different countries around the globe to speak on this network, which means that when we have people speak from Australia and Africa and the UK and the United States and the South America and Singapore, then you begin to see the power of Black businesses all over the world. In North America, Black businesses or Black people represent $1.7 trillion. I want you to let that sink in a moment. $1.7 trillion. Think about that for a moment. $1.7 trillion. Unbelievable. Unbelievable, the amount of money just in North America. Now, we're not going to get into the figures of the millionaires and the billionaires in Africa and the billionaires that are in North America. We're not going to get into that today. But what I want you to think about is when we have that kind of growth, that kind of power, we have to begin to think, how can we utilize that power to galvanize a nation? One of the things that my great-grandfather, who wanted me to be a lawyer, talked about earlier on in our conversations, and I was his favorite. His name was Henry Stansel, part of the Stansel clan, a clan of, I should really say the Stansel tribe, because my great-grandmother had 20 kids. My great-great-grandmother had 20 kids, and he was one of the 20 kids that she had. And my great-grandfather used to talk about this word, American Africans. And I used to listen to people talk about African Americans, but my great-grandfather used to say that we are American Africans. And I would always ask myself, what is he talking about? We American Africans. And he would say, you know, when you have a name is very important. And that name means something. He said, my mother is Africa. My father is America. So that means that we are American Africans. And I used to just think to myself, oh, what a interesting statement as I grew up with him. And these are some of the things that we want to talk about this whole entire week. We want to talk about business. We want to talk about where do we go from here. My talk is going to be about the state of Black business. And when I begin to talk about the state of Black business, I want to begin to talk about where do we go from here? What do we do from here? I want to talk about unlocking success with the global business operating system. My book, the Who, What, When, Where, and How book, or as we call it, the IO system book, talks about our personal operating system and our business operating system. How we do one thing is how we do everything. And so today I want to say to leaders and visionaries as we gather today, not just to discuss tactics or trends, but to transform how we build, how we think, and how we lead. Today, you're going to receive something far more valuable than advice. You're going to receive a system, a way to operate, scale, succeed in business and in life. The global operating system is more than, it's more than software. It's more than metrics. It's really personal. It's a personal infrastructure. It's the living mechanism that turns ideas into income, efforts into enterprise, and people into powerhouses. Let's begin with the core, the 12 principles of life transformation. Those principles are thinking, sales, research, learning, energy, attitude, listening, networking, being consistent, duplication, execution, and belief. You know, many times we talk about these things, but we have to add another principle to that. Or I'm going to call this the glue to that. And that is building a team. You can't get your transformation unless you build a team. And we're going to talk about each one of these principles in depth. Each principle is a success tool, and they together form an operation code for elevation. Let's talk about the first one, thinking. Thinking is the foundation. Every breakthrough begins in the mind. If you want to change your business, you must first upgrade your thoughts. You can't think small and build big. I want to say that again. You can't think small and build big. So today I want you to relax and get on this journey and think about what you truly want to accomplish, what you truly want to achieve. Now, the next is sales. And I know many times when you hear the word sales, you get that whole sometimes gut-wrenching feeling that you don't know how to sell. But sale is the lifeblood of business. It's not just pitching, it's solving a problem. Or as I say, solving a solution. The most effective salespeople are the best listeners. I'm going to say it again. The most effective salespeople are the best listeners. They're the best communicators. They're the most authentic problem solvers, or solving the solution. When you think about sales, there are two sides. One is a manipulative salesman, and the other one is an influencing salesman. You want to be an influencing salesman. That's somebody who's influencing somebody of something they already want, not somebody that's manipulating them to buy something not only they don't need, they don't want. Now, as we think about the next principle, which is research. I'm always researching. Research is your compass. I'm going to say that again. Research is your compass. It helps you to navigate. It helps you to navigate the market. It helps you to identify patterns, and it predicts trends. That's what research does. It shifts you from reaction to anticipation. I'm going to say that again. Research shifts you from reacting to things that are coming, and it puts you in a position of anticipation of things that are coming. The person with the deepest insight always wins. When you understand your industry, you understand your marketplace, and you understand you, then you are able to compete on the highest level. Now, the next one is learning. Learning is the fuel. How many books do you read? How many seminars do you attend? How many videos do you watch to understand your industry? How many times do you set aside just for learning, for staying curious, staying hungry? The moment you stop learning about your industry or learning about yourself, that is the moment you lose. That is the moment that you lose. And so as we're looking at learning, we have to begin to understand that learning is the start of a revolution. Now, the next principle, energy. Energy sustains your motion. If your energy is low, your vision will drag. Protect your energy with equity. Guard your routine, but more important, commit to wellness. Commit to movement. Because a tired leader builds tired businesses, builds tired dreams. Your energy is so important. But once you understand how important energy is, as my great-grandfather used to say, energy is money. So if you equate energy to money and you want more money, then you got to give more energy. Next is your attitude. You know, many times when I say this principle, your attitude, a lot of times people go directly to how they feel. But attitude determines your altitude, your perspective, your positivity, your persistence. Your attitude shapes your outcomes. A bad attitude will poison your culture. A powerful attitude will propel movements. And that's what this morning's about, to share with you how we can propel your movement with transforming you through these principles. Now, I could always say that this next principle should be the #1 principle for life, for living. It's called listening. Many people don't understand listening is leadership. When you listen to what people are saying and you hear what they say and you respond to what people are saying, then listening is the thing that leads to clarity. Your ability to hear your team, your customers, your industry begins to get you into a space of understanding. My great-grandfather used to say that many times people don't hear you because they're listening to what they're thinking. So as you're going through your day-to-day, ask yourself, are you listening or are you listening to what you're thinking? Very important. Now, the next principle is networking. It's really not who you know. It's really who knows you. My grandmother used to say, if you don't value your value, then your value will not be valuable. But your network is only as powerful as your ability to activate it. So if you don't have a network, then as the young people say, what are we doing? Help me to make this make sense. No network. Your network is how you engage, how you nurture, how you collaborate, how you really build community. Your network is not just contacts. You know, many people get 1,000 business cards and they put them on their desk and they look at them and they call that their network. But if those people don't know you, then are they truly your network? Think about that for a minute. The ROI of zero is zero. So if you have a zero network, then how are you going to be, or how are you going to build? Now, the next principle is being consistent. Now, this is what's called building trust. If you want to build trust, because most of the time people say people buy from people they know, they like, and they trust. To build trust, you have to build consistency. The world doesn't trust what it sees once. We'll say it again. The world, no one trusts what they see once. The reason that we've done this for over 5 years, virtually, is to build that kind of trust in the Black business community, that we are here to help them to elevate and build their businesses. Consistency is branding. Consistent is values. And that's where legacy begins. The next principle is duplication. In a scale, and I say this word, scale, you must build a system that you can reproduce excellence without your constant involvement. Let's say that again. I'm talking about duplication, which means duplicating what you do. But you must build a system in your company and in your life that reproduces excellence without your involvement, which means that if you're an entrepreneur, that means you're doing everything all the time. You cannot grow until others can execute the mission independently. Say that again. How can you grow when it's only you? If you get sick, the company is shut down. If you take a phone call, the company is shut down. If you do a consultation, the company is closed down. Think about that for a minute. Now, we have arrived at the most underestimated but critical principle, which is belief. Many times people start businesses because they see somebody else starting that business. And slowly, they stop doing that business. Belief in the mission when nobody else does. That's what you must do. Belief drives risk-taking. It fuels tenacity. And it magnetizes opportunity. You got to think about what I just said. That's real powerful. Real powerful. Real powerful. Real powerful. Belief. If you won't believe in it, you will not build it. Belief is so powerful. When you hear people say, I do it because I love what I do, I would do it for free. That's because they believe in their mission, in their goal, in their dream, to the point where waking up to build it is not a thing. And now, I've talked about the principles, but I want to talk about the mastermind team. When you don't have a team, you don't have a business. And many people say, yes, I have a business. Well, no, you don't have a business. Because if you don't have a team, your business cannot run without you, the individual. Because no matter how strong your mindset is, no matter how sharp your strategy is, or how great your product is, without a team, you will run in circles. I want to submit to you the mastermind team is the glue. It is the driving force behind scalable transformation. Do you have a team? I want you to think about that right now. Do you actually have a team? A team is not just people you pay. A team is a vision-aligned unit that thinks with you, that grows with you, builds with you. They amplify your strengths and they protect your blind spots. They challenge you. They push you. They celebrate you, but they also, and this is important, correct you. Now, if you're not willing to be corrected, if you're not willing to be pushed, if you're not willing to be challenged by other people on your team, then what do you have? You don't have a team, because a team grows with you. They want to build with you. and a team must be intentional. Now ask yourself, who do you need on your journey? Who has the skills that you need? Who has the mindset, the heart, the hunger for your mission, for your vision, for your dream? Ask yourself that question, but that is a critical question to ask. You build a team by casting a vision. You attract your tribe by living out the values you preach. Be magnetic, be clear. Speak with fire. People follow clarity, not complexity. The confused mind always says no. And let's talk about the mastermind team. And yes, you need 300 people on your team. Not 3, not 30. You need 300 mission-driven people. Clients, partners, advocates, soldiers, whatever you want to call them, you need 300. Why 300? Because 300 is the mastermind or the operation system scale for people to move forward towards your mission. Let's talk about this 300 for a moment. Some of you may not understand or see what I'm saying right now, but let me talk about this 300. You represent one step towards your goal, towards your ambition, towards your dream. Your team of 300 represents 300 steps towards your dream, your goal, and ambition. 300 steps moves faster than one step. That's how you launch a movement. That's how you saturate a market. That's how you build empires. Today, I want you to take some time out and write down 300 things that you do in your operating of your business. 300 things that you do in terms of the service that you give to mankind. I want you to think about what your business, the services you offer in your business, but how you operate through them. What are the tasks and who do the tasks that are tasks for you to do your business? Many times you sit down in the seat and you're talking to a client or a customer and you think you're saving them money because you're doing the thinking, you're doing the mind mapping, you're doing the consulting, you're doing the processing of the order, you're doing the taking of the order, you're doing the sales, and then you charge one fee for all of that. When, if those were team members handling each one of those areas, then you would earn more money and you would earn your time. I want you to think about building your empire today. Your mastermind team doesn't just help you grow, they help you think. They become your ecosystem of innovation, execution, and of course, feedback. And without them, success is fragile and short-lived. Just for imagine if you have a team of 300 people working for your operating system. Those 300 people buy your operating system. And in my book, I break it down. I say, take your operating system, who you are and what you're doing in your business, and put it on a shelf. And we're going to take that box that's your operating system, and we're going to take that operating system or that business, and we're going to sell that to 300 people for $500 a piece. Now let's multiply that $500, and I want you to stick with me on this because one of the things that we don't like to do is math. And when I say we, I mean people in general. Not black people, not white people, not green people, not purple people, but people in general. Multiply that 500 times 300 people. That equals $150,000 that you made on those 300 people that you sold your operating system to for $500. Now I'm going to finish this, and then I'm going to show you and share with you some of the companies who have actually today using this principle. Now, let's multiply that 150,000, or better yet, let's multiply a class that's selling 300 operating systems by 500 a month. That's by 12 months. How much money is that have you made? $1,800,000. Okay, we went from being an entrepreneur to a mastermind team of 300. And that 300 has sold another 300, and now you're up to 150,000. Now, let's take that 1,800,000 and you're selling your operating system at 500 a person. Now let's do that times 10 years. That equals $18 million. That's only selling 300 a month for 12 months. That's $18 million. What track do you want to be on? That's what a team will do for you. Whether you're selling your business or you're selling a system, that's the results. So I urge you today is to begin to build your team. Build your team. Because building your team is the most important part of what you can do to build your empire. Now, for those of you who would like to get my book, it's called the I.O. System, or the Who, What, When, Where, How, and Why book. And it talks about your operating system, how you build an operating system, a personal operating system and a business operating system. Now, I'd like to take you into the next stage. And this is the final part that opens or unlocks your success. And that is your mind print. In your mind print, there are different prints. There's your gray print, your red print, your blue print, your green print, and your black print. I'm not going to get a chance to talk about each one of these, but I'm going to give it to you easy and real quick. Your gray print is your subconscious mind. You attract what you think. You become what you believe in your inner mind. Your subconscious mind doesn't have a filter. So anything that you put in there, that's what your subconscious mind is going to be looking for. Those who tuned in today are those who was looking for this information. Those who tune in all week long are those who are looking for this information. As my quote is always, what you're looking for is looking for you. And my son's quote is, what you're looking for is what you get. Your red print is your lifeblood. How you show up. Are you on time? Are you in a hurry? Are you slow to make decisions? That's your lifeblood. Your blueprint is your industry. Many of you are in an industry, but have you done the research to know the top 3 in your industry so you won't make mistakes, which cause you to go years and years and years doing the same thing? Your green print is your money. And your money is where your profit is and your passion. Your blueprint, if you start a business today and you do the research and you get the top 3 companies, you can actually see how not to make mistakes. And then if you want to dig deeper, you can go online Or you can buy stock in the company and they will send you their information and you can study their information to ensure you don't make mistakes. Now, your green print, when you look at the industry, because you may open up a company that has thousands of employees doing thousands of things. And you may say, well, I can't compete, but you can if you hire consultants to do the different areas that's in your industry of the business that you chose. Now, your last print is your black print, which is retirement, your exit strategy, and your legacy. What is your end game? Have you even planned the end game when you started your business? What happens when the business is built? The empire is here. What is the legacy that you're going to leave behind? That's what your black print is all about. Your mind print is not an abstract. It's your personal operating system. It turns your vision into execution, your presence into impact, and your ideas into an industry. So I want you all to take some time and think about these 12 principles. Think about your mind print. Think about your mastermind team of 300. Think about your global business operating system, how it holds it all together. This is no longer just a business conversation. This is no longer just business that we're talking about. This is transformation. Let's build our businesses boldly. Let's lead intentionally. Let's unlock success. Let's unlock it. Let's begin to look at where we're going, how we get there. Let's look at why are we here. I want to thank each and every one for giving me the opportunity to come before you and talk about unlocking your success. Listening to these words, I want you to begin to think about the most important part of what I said. And the most important part that I want to drive home to each and every one of you today is your mastermind team. Your team. Do you have a team? Are you an entrepreneur? If you're an entrepreneur, then I want to submit to you that you're not in business. And many would say, yes, I am, and I'm doing everything. But are you maximizing the profit that you can get by having a team working for you? And does a team allow for you to have time to live on this planet? Now, I talked about the operating system. I talked about the 300. And I want to end with this. Madam C.J. Walker, one of the first Black millionaires, who lived in a racial time, but she created a product. She created a university, and she duplicated that product. She never called the straightening comb the straightening comb for your hair. It was a product. Her husband was an advertising guy. He created all of the images that we saw, but she duplicated her services all over the world to become a millionaire. Let's look at the iPhone for a minute. The iPhone has apps on it, but the iPhone has an operating system. What's on the operating system are the apps that you utilize so that you can be successful. But the iPhone also duplicated itself. The Android duplicated itself with its operating system all around the world. Just remember, Bill Gates bought his operating system for $50,000. In his mind, he knew that if he had an operating system, he could compete. What does Amazon do? It duplicates its services. It started out talking about books, but now it has services all over the world. It has products all over the world. Duplication, duplication, duplication. But all three of these folk, and I'm gonna close with my best guy. The Peanut Man, George Washington Carver, who did over 300 products with the peanut, duplicated. Now, all of these things equal wealth building, but all of these entities had teams to help them complete their empires. And that's what I want you to think about today. As we bring speakers from around the globe, today's day is inspiration, education, and empowerment. And that's what we want to give you each and every day. Now, as I get out of here, I am going to premiere my upcoming, or should I say, my movie, a documentary on human landscapes. Human landscapes is a artistic journey into color, created by yours truly. When you begin to talk about business and you begin to talk about thinking, many times you hear some people use the left side of their brain. Some people use the right side of their brain. Scientists say we only use a mere fraction. And so today I wanted to share with you the business side and, of course, the artistic side of the Eric Kelly III brand. Yes, at Kelly Worldwide, when we started doing marketing and advertising and branding back in the days, and while we was doing that, we still was drawing and painting because that is really a part of my passion. And I say to people, don't convince yourself that you can only focus on one thing when the millionaires and billionaires focus on multiple things, multiple streams of income. And with that being said, I want to thank everybody for tuning in. I want to not only thank them for you guys for tuning in, I want to thank you for being a part of this tribe, the Black Business Tribe. And so with that being said, I like for you all to enjoy my artwork. As we say, genius is common. And I'll see you on the other side. But don't miss why we do this. And we do this to raise scholarships for kids. I want you to understand that's why we do it, to raise scholarships for kids. So make sure you go to our website, join our community, Black Business Expo USA, or go to Black Business Olympics USA and join this community. And with that being said, let's enjoy human landscapes.
Hi, I'm Eric Kelly III, and today I'd like to introduce you to my art. Welcome to the Eric Kelly III Museum, located in Durham, North Carolina. Today we're going to be discussing my art, my journey, and where I'm going next. You know, the past, the today, and the future. When I think about the beginning of my work, I have to go all the way back to when I was about 4 years old. And my grandmother gave me a pen, and I was in church. And I took that pen and I began to draw. And as I was drawing, later on, my grandmother said that the picture that I drew then looked like the choir that was in the church. And so my affinity for utilizing the ink pen to do work still happens today. Now, many times when we begin to talk about art, the question always is, what is the intent? Why do you do art? What makes you an artist? And so, as we look at my early years, I was not thinking about what I was drawing. I was just in love with drawing. I remember in the 5th grade when a young man, one of my friends, came to my desk and saw me drawing, and he said he'd like to draw. And so I said to him, anyone can draw. Because in my mind as a young kid, my art was just a way of, I would say, expressing how I felt. And so each day I would give him triangles and squares and show him how to draw. And so in my mind, I wanted to be an art teacher. And being an art teacher, I thought I could give back to other young people, other folk, how I felt about art. And so as we moved through my timeline and moved past the 5th grade, I began to draw, I would say, comic book figures, you know, a lot of figures, a lot of pictures of what I saw in comic books. And one of the things that I noticed about me at an early age, maybe it was because my grandmother was a civil rights leader, maybe it was because my great-grandfather wanted me to be a lawyer, and he took me each day from Scarborough Nursery School down to the courthouse to watch what was going on at the courthouse. And maybe it was me watching television and seeing the civil rights movement happening and seeing things that was going on. But I remember when I was about 12 that there was this thing called identity. You know, say it loud, I'm black and I'm proud. And the music that I was hearing was just so different until I began to change the white images that I looked at to black images. I can remember the Incredible Hulk that I changed into the Incredible Bullock. You gotta understand, I was a kid, you know. Tarzan. I did Tarzan wrestling with an alligator in the jungle with an afro. And so this whole thing of black identity was prevalent on my mind as a young artist. Many times people say artwork is political. And I continue to say that not only artwork is political, art is what is your identity, but more importantly, what is your intention. And so as I moved through those years, 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th grade, I began to look at the difference between how I felt and how I saw things. And one of the things that I noticed early on is that I could actually hear tones and hear music and I would see colors in terms of what I was drawing. Many times I found myself talking to people and I would say, I can draw you if I think about you. And that was one of the games I used to play when I was a young kid. I would talk to somebody, I would listen to them, and then I would go home and I'd get my sketch pad and I would actually draw them. Many times when I was coming up, I used to tell people that if you talk about what you want, I could draw some lines, and then I can go and create that particular object. Intention, identity, and color was very prevalent in my work at an early age. I remember my first paper mache dog that I did. It was white, and my teacher kept the paper mache dog. And my great-grandfather used to say to me that don't give my artwork away. And so he said, only sell to collectors. And so at 7 years old, he started a museum for me called the Eric Kelly III Museum that would house my artwork in his house, along his halls, and house my writings. I'm also a poet. I do poetry, 3 portrait CDs that I've done in the past, along with some more interesting writing. My work, again, as I said before, is about identity and intention. When you think about colors, and we will see some of those pieces later on, but the colors and portraiture that I've moved into, very, very important. Initially, I was doing a lot of figuration, and that figuration was a lot of history pieces. Now, fortunately for many artists, they have what I would say, some guidance, some leadership. When I was growing up, once I got to the 12th grade, 3 of my teachers, Sandra Dowd, Miss Corbett, and Miss Cousins, pulled me into the teacher's lounge. And my art teacher, Sandra Dowd, said to me that I was cheating the world because I was not doing enough art. And she said each day that she give out a project, that I would come in the day of the project and do the best piece in the school. And I used to think about that because I wasn't really aware in terms of my art. I just was doing art. And so my English teacher said that, well, this year you're not going to graduate. And my history teacher says, that is correct, you're not going to graduate. And so you got to understand, back in those days, graduation, senior year was very important. And so what I did was I said to them, y'all can't do that. And they said, yes, we can, because we control your grades. And so I sat there and I listened to them as they began to tell me what they wanted me to do my senior year so that I could do more art. And many times when you have people that come into your life and say they want you to do something and you have your own mission and ideas of what you want to do, sometimes you just, don't do it. But in those days, I was the guy who was very popular in high school. So I thought to myself, this is only a challenge. And so each morning, I would draw for my English class, the Macbeth, the Odyssey. For my history class, which was a Black history class, I would draw about the transatlantic slave trade, great African Americans who went on before, like Attucks, Martin Luther King, Marcus Mosiah Garvey, Malcolm X. And these are the kind of pictures that I was drawing. They were historical figures. And I found myself doing the work late at night and bringing those pieces to high school and give them to the teachers the day of. And I think those teachers thought that by me doing the work that I was doing, that I was giving the work to them. But as I said before, my great-grandfather said, don't give your work away. Always sell your work for what it's worth. And more importantly, sell to collectors. And so the Eric Kelly Museum has been a private museum only selling to collectors. And so when the end of the year came, I had drawn enough work to fill a whole hallway in the high school. And as I said before, I started out doing figuration and doing historical pieces. And I hadn't yet started thinking about what my intent was going to be. Why was I doing the work? I was doing the work because I was asked, not because there was this urge deep down inside saying, I'm going to draw all of this work. And so at the end of the year, I received the Links Best Artist in the State. And this is what has propelled me to become the artist I am today. I looked at the art award that I received, and I thought about where did I want to go to college. And so I had letters coming to me. I was in the news, I was on television and all these great things. I had these things to happen. And so I had letters coming to my house to go to different schools. And my great-grandfather used to say there are 5 things that you need to think about as you live. He said, number 1 is to think. Number 2 is to sell something. Number 3 is to do research. Number 4 is to be relentless. Number 5 is to have energy in everything that you do. And so I started on my quest for understanding that art was going to be what I wanted to do. And so I did research on the schools in Durham, North Carolina. And for those who don't know about Durham, North Carolina is a space where black people, 49% black people, were engaging in economics everywhere. You know, Durham was the tobacco capital of North Carolina at one time. And so when I was a young man and I lived in Fairview Street projects, I could walk down to Pettigrew Street, not to Parish Street, because Parish Street is considered Black Wall Street now, but before Parish Street, there was Pettigrew Street. And on Pettigrew Street was Service Printing, black man owned it, the Regal Theater, black man owned it, the Barber Shop, WAFR, and the taxi cabs. And I could see black people doing great things right there on Pettigrew Street. And Pettigrew Street was probably about 4 or 5 blocks from where I stayed. I remember going to the Regal Theater, seeing Hercules and all these movies as a young man. But the thing that really impressed me about Pettigrew Street was I saw black people doing black things. And so as I did my research to see where I was going to go to school, I discovered that North Carolina Central University was one of the top schools with black professors. And one of the things that I wanted to do, you know, as a young person is I wanted to go to a school where I could study in the class, and then I also could go to the library and pick their books up and read more about what they were talking about, so I would be immersed into the art. And so at that time, North Carolina Central University did not have an art scholarship program. And so remember what I said earlier about my great-grandfather. He said, think, and then sell, and do research. And so in doing my research and thinking, I said to myself, I want to take my portfolio down and ask them to come to that school for art. Now, many people don't know, and I didn't know at the time, that Ernie Barnes, who is one of the greatest artists who've ever come out of Durham, North Carolina, didn't know that Ernie Barnes had gone to North Carolina Central University. That was not, in my mind, something that I knew. I was an artist who was influenced by the people that I knew, not the books that I read, but the people that I actually knew. And so I took my portfolio down to Atlanta Henderson at North Carolina Central University. My portfolio was full of historical art, as I said before, because that's all I was doing. Many times you hear the idea that all art is political art. While I wasn't thinking my art was political, my art was always about identity as a black man, as a black person, as a black entity on the planet. And so I left my portfolio with Dr. Henderson, and a week passed, and they sent me a letter offering me an art scholarship at North Carolina Central University. This was probably one of the greatest days of my life. As my grandmother at the time said to me, she said, well, since you're going to school for free, I'm going to give you the family car. And you know, when you're thinking about your life and how things transpire to get you where you're going, these are the kinds of things that move you to believe in yourself. My grandmother used to say, you can do anything that you want to do. Just stand up for yourself and do it. And so, with that being said, my grandmother gave me the family car, and off to North Carolina Central University I was. And, you know, one of the first heartaches that I would say that I had at North Carolina Central University was the whole I'm on art scholarship. And why I say it was a heartache is because the other students that was in school in those days, they knew I was on art scholarship. I didn't know they knew I was on art scholarship. So when classes began and I was asking the other students about painting, because in high school I had done 3 paintings, hadn't done a lot of painting. As a matter of fact, I was self-taught for my painting. My art teacher, Sandra Dowd, said to me, and I'll never forget it, she said, you're an artist. I don't have to tell you what to do. Just take the paint and put it on the canvas and you will figure it out. And that was my first foray into painting. And I did pretty good. I created an abstract, I created a couple other paintings, and I was doing pastels at the time. And pastels was my first love after pencil and ink pen. And so what I did was I utilized my pastel skills as a way of painting. So when you actually see some of my painting, it looks like pastels, because that's how I mix, that's how I match my colors, that's how I draw, that's how I utilize my line work on my paintings, just like pastels. And we'll get an opportunity to see some of those things as we move forward. And so as I got to college, I won't ever forget, I was asking a young lady how to paint. And she said, you got an art scholarship, you ought to know how to paint. And this was a heartbreaker for me, because I came from a background of people helping people to get to where they go. And so with that in mind, in terms of how I was raised, never raised to say to people, I can't help you, I'm not going to help you, you got something, so go do what you do. And so this was a daunting task for me, because I was looking at seniors doing artwork, and I was expected at that moment to be able to do work just as well as the seniors were able to do the work, because in their minds, I had an art scholarship, and that art scholarship meant that I had some magical powers, some great art in me that they didn't have. And so I was very, very depressed on that day. I remember it like it was yesterday, because what I did was, as they laughed at me, as they looked at me with those eyes of, you know, I don't know why you got an art scholarship if you can't paint kind of feeling, I just walked out of the classroom, got into my car, and I drove home. And I sat in my house, in my grandmother's house. I sat there and I just thought, why am I going to college? Do I want to go back to college? Do I want to continue this thing called art? I wasn't sure. I just sat there and sat there and sat there. And then in the back of my mind, I could hear Sandra Dowd saying, you know, you're an artist. All you got to do is put the paint on the board and work it out. I could hear Miss Corbett saying, when I brought her the pieces of artwork, oh, this is great. I'm going to be able to talk about Macbeth today, and we're going to utilize these pieces. I could hear in the back of my mind Miss Cousin saying, when you look at Eric Kelly, he looks dumb. But when he opens his mouth, he is brilliant. He holds class from one side of the classroom while we are doing class, and he can answer all the questions about history. And I could hear these things in my mind while I was sitting there thinking, do I even want to go back? I tell people all the time that peer pressure is a major pressure on many people if they can't handle it. Fortunately for me, my great-grandfather, my grandmother, and my moms always said to me, you can do whatever you want to do. Listen to what you want to do first and follow your dream. And so my art class was on Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. And my class that I went to was on a Monday. On Tuesday, I didn't go to art class. Wednesday, I didn't go to art class. So on Thursday, I decided that I'm going to go over there to North Carolina Central, and I was going to paint. Now, you got to understand, as a young kid, a young black man, when you're thinking about your identity, you're thinking about what you want to do, and people are pressing against you and doubting who you are and really identifying and seeing who you are. You gotta understand, you're not the guy that I am today. You are a young man who has fear, a young man who's uncertain, a young man who is asking the question, why am I here? And so on that Thursday, I went to the art department at 4 o'clock when I knew most of the students were not there. And I went to my board and I pulled out my paints and I started painting. And I just kept painting. And I just kept painting. And I continued to paint. I was working it out, trying to figure out what in the world was I doing. And I remember when I got to the art department and I thought about what I wanted to paint. And I painted a piece that if people saw it today, they probably would say that it's racist. If people saw it today, they would probably say, what was he thinking? What was his intent? But I had done a piece in history, in Black history class, of a slave being hung. And it showed a plantation owner grabbing slave in his hair, getting ready to put the slave into a rope. The name of the picture was I Didn't Do It. And the picture was about a slave who witnessed something that happened and told other people on the plantation, and then the master decided to hang him for talking about it. And in this piece also has the Ku Klux Klan in the back, the fiery cross in the back, and all of that crazy stuff I was doing back in that day. And I began to paint that picture. And as I was painting that picture, I could see exactly how to paint. I don't know why or what, but I could actually see how to paint. And so I was there from 4 o'clock in the afternoon, and I looked up, it was 4 o'clock in the morning. I took my sheet that we had in art class and I laid it over the piece, and I jumped in my car and I went home. And so my class was Friday morning at 11 o'clock, 11:35. And so I got to class late that day, and somebody had pulled my sheet off of my painting, and the whole entire class was standing around my piece. You know, when you are uncertain about who you are and what you're doing sometimes, and you're looking for validation, it kind of gets in the way of how you make art. And what I mean by that is, I was not looking for validation. I was looking for how to paint. And by looking for how to paint, I created something that nobody expected to come from me, because just 2 days prior, I was asking people in class how to paint. And so this has been a part of who I've always been, is the kind of person who looks at something from a perspective, and instead of asking a question, I delve into it and make a change and make a difference. And so as the kids were standing around my piece, I walked into class, and true to form, I am never been a person who is always trying to talk about what I do. As my great-grandfather used to say, great people are not people who are walking around talking about being great. They're doing great things. And so I walked in and I walked past the students, and I started to pull out my paints in my box. And one of the students said to me, and this was a moment in my life when I really realized that I didn't need validation from people in me making my art. I just needed to continue making art. One person said, "That's not yours. What are you doing?" And I turned and I looked at the student, most of us seniors, and I said, "It is mine." I said to them, I worked on it from 4 o'clock until 4 o'clock yesterday morning. And then one of the students just said, "I just can't believe it." And I just turned and began to work on my work. This has been what's happened to me in art all my life. It's never been about me looking to be a great artist. It's always been about, what is the identity? What is the intent? Why do I draw? What about this practice that I have? What about this museum that I have that makes me continue to draw and paint? And so in college, it was very, very interesting after that time as I created my first piece. And then all of a sudden, the other students start asking me questions about how I did it. And that was more important to me than anything else. Not that I did it, but being asked how. And as I said before, I utilize my artwork or utilize my painting as I was doing pastels. Pastels was my first love. And once I got to college, I had to begin to think about what my identity, what I was going to do in art. Was I going to be doing figuration? Was I going to be doing scenes? What was I really going to do? And I remember Carlisle, who was one of my teachers. Mr. Carlisle. I remember Mr. Carlisle. And Mr. Carlisle was a teacher, an art teacher, who said to me, he liked the way I was doing large pieces. And that large pieces was something different from what the other students were doing. And so what I decided to do was to try to figure out what kind of artist I wanted to be. You know, I opened up talking about identity and intention. And I'm going to talk about power and color and emotions later. But what kind of artist was I going to be? And so Mr. Carlisle and Kennedy and some of the other teachers decided that they were going to take us art students to Washington, D.C. And taking us to Washington, D.C. to a art show by an art show curated called 200 Years of African American Art. And you have to understand that in those days, the information that we got was just so powerful. It was not information that we didn't look at the information, but we looked at the information and worked on analyzing why it existed. And so had an opportunity to go to Washington, D.C. There was over 85 pieces of artwork by different artists from all over the world. And that's when I first saw Aaron Douglas. I had known about Romeo Bearden. I had known about Ernie Barnes because Ernie Barnes came from Durham, North Carolina. And I knew about Ernie Barnes because of Good Times. And I knew about Ernie Barnes because he went to Hillside, that same high school that I went to. And many times when we were drawing as young kids, we would always get, you try and draw like Ernie Barnes. That's Ernie Barnes. That kind of like Ernie Barnes. And so my mind was like, I didn't want to be a copy or a duplicate of any other artist, but I wanted to know what these other artists were doing and who they were. And then I ran across a man by the name of Charles White. And this is where my entire existence was shook. Because I believe that art is the expression of how one feels. And we walked into this big room. And on this room was a mural. And this mural looked like I drew it. It looked like my work. Mr. Carlisle said it. Mr. Kennedy said it. And I was looking at it and I was like, how can this be? How can this man's work be like my work? And who in the world is Charles White? And so this was a journey to kind of discover who he was, why he drew the way that he drew, what was the political part of the kind of art that he was doing. And more importantly, in those days, some artists was doing something that they call today super realism. And that's what Charles was doing. Charles was drawing these pieces with asymmetrical lines, and the line work was just so awesome. And so after discovering Charles White, I began to study Charles White. And of course, I was always studying Ernie Barnes. And so I had to figure out what I was going to put in the art canon. Was I going to continue to draw these kinds of pieces like the Charles Whites? Was I going to continue to draw the pieces like Ernie Barnes? And so I talk about intention and identity and what my work really represents. And what I say to many people, that my work represents world peace. That's what my work represents. The colors that I use, the line work that I use. I'll share with you a little bit later some of the pieces and some of the line work that I do. But my work is about bringing people together, having them to see each other without seeing black or seeing white, without seeing color. I decided that I would do portraits, instead of doing themed pictures. Now, I still do theme and scene work also, but I decided that I would do portraiture, that I would do portraits, and that I would take colors and use them as emotional tones. Many times I sit down and then I hear music and I see colors. I hear people having conversations, I see colors. And so I decided that doing portraits of people and how they feel and how they look would be an impact on how people feel. And so I can remember going to New York City during the summers and just sitting on the stoop in Harlem and just watch people go by and just try to see what they were thinking. You know, and they was arguing, how the intensity of that argument was, and the facial expressions. And I was always amazed by how people reacted. And each time that I would see people responding or moving, I would always see a different color that I could see in my paintings. And so I started drawing pieces in colors. And so my work has morphed from just doing the figuration into just doing portraiture, even though my next series of paintings are going to be dedicated to black women. That's going to be an awesome set of work that I'm going to work on. I can't wait. And so when you look at my work and you look at my portraits, you'll notice that I'm working to capture an emotion. When I do a piece in green and white, I'm looking at capturing an emotion. When I do a piece in a red, white, and blue, or as the Nipsey Hussle piece that I did, or as I would say, the rap piece that I did, which is a piece that shows the California colors, the American colors, and the African colors. And so I'm utilizing all these colors to make you, the viewer, see an emotion and get a feeling from that particular piece. My intent is to push you away from looking at a scene, but looking at how somebody is being seen. And that's what my portraiture work is all about. For the last 20 years, I've worked on work that transcends time. Pieces on my grandmother, my mother, in what I call lines, colors, and emotions. And when you sit back and you think about that first day in college when I didn't know how to paint, and you think about now where I'm painting every day, you can understand what identity for me has always been about. We hear about black female artists. We hear about white women artists. We hear about white men artists, the Michelangelos, the Monets, and all of these guys, the Picassos. But what we don't hear is about many black men artists and what is their intent and identity in the black art canon. I don't want to be revered as a black artist. And one of the reasons that I moved into doing the kind of work that I'm doing is because I want to be revered as an American artist. I don't want to be revered as a black man artist, even though I'm a black man. I want to be revered as an artist that painted people portraits in different colors to get emotions from the viewer. I want my pieces to be large enough that it impacts you as you're looking at it, as opposed to you're just looking at a piece. You know, the colors are symbols and emotions that I get when I'm listening to music, when I'm painting. And so I want my audience to begin to look at my pieces as if it's an emotion, not just a painting, an emotion. And when you talk about all art being political, my work is about, again, how do we develop world peace through art? And I believe the way that we get to world peace through art is by stop looking at art as being black or being white and looking at art as an entity of making, or as some people say, as creating a piece where you get emotions, where you get feelings, where you get an idea of what my intent is when I was actually creating or making the art. That is kind of where I am today in terms of my work. When you think about my great-grandfather, so many years ago when I was 7 years old, walking into my bedroom saying that he wanted me to be a lawyer, and he asked me what did I want to be, and I said I wanted to be an artist. And at that moment, he made a decision to create for me the Eric Kelly III Museum. After we went to look at museums to see what they were about, you have to understand that the future of what I would like to see happen is museums for artists who have been marginalized, for people who we don't talk about. Why is there not an Ernie Barnes Museum in Durham, North Carolina? Why is there not a Romer Bearden Museum in his hometown? Why is there not a museum for black artists so that our young people can see how they went through the process of how they do work? And so with my museum, it's been kind of a blueprint for these kinds of things. The Eric Kelly Museum houses the collective writings, the collective works of my work for over 65 years. And one of the things that I would like to see happen is many, many more museums for great artists. When you sit back and you talk about Basquiat, for example, great artist, a New York artist, where's his museum? Where's a place or a space for us to go and see his work? I talked about Ernie Barnes, or Charles White, for instance. Where can we go and learn about Charles White? Another gentleman, and I could go on and talk about Kennedy Wiley, who's doing awesome work, Lisa Butler, who's doing awesome work, Mark Bradford, who's doing awesome work. We can go around the country and around the world and see the Van Gogh Museum. We can see the Richard Steele's work, Clifford Steele, work. We can see all of these white artists around the world. Museums. Where are the black museums for our young people to see the greatness of these artists who have gone on before us? You know, I also do photography work, and Gordon Parks was a great photographer. But think about it for a moment. Other than seeing the exhibit of Golden Park's photography, where can you go and study him, the man? One of the reasons that I'm doing this video is because when you look at or talk about artists, many times we have people to narrate what was that artist thinking about, okay? And what was he feeling about what he was doing? And you don't get the conversation from the artist. The artists don't talk about the line work. The artists don't talk about the color. The artists don't talk about how he got to where he is. There's always somebody else talking about how he got there. Van Gogh, for instance, they talk about him cutting off his ear and sending it to somebody. They talk about the Starry Night piece. From their perspective, they don't talk about, or we don't hear Van Gogh say, well, the reason I did Starry Night because I was depressed and I thought tonight this was a piece I was studying to do these kinds of things, and this how the Starry Night happened. We don't get that story. So you really don't know the intent. And so I want to do a conversation about the intent of my work. My portraits, my lines and my colors are put together in a way to pull from you an emotion of how you feel about people on the planet. My pieces are human landscapes. I want you to look at my work and see the lines as the age of the people who I'm painting. When I talk about sitting in North Carolina on my stoop, or sitting in New York City, or going to Chicago, going to New Orleans, going to California, and going to all these different places and watching people, I want you to understand that I'm watching people to see how they move, how they react, how they respond, what makes them them. And so when you see my work, you may see a piece and say, that looks like this person, or that looks like that person, or that looks like this woman or this man. Well, what I do is I watch people and then I create the feeling that I got from those people. So while my pieces may look like certain folk, in my mind, they are sending out a message of emotion, feelings, and ideas and presence. And that's my intent. My intent is not to just paint pictures and you like them. My intent is to pull something from you deep down. My pieces are spiritual. The lines sometimes remind you of African mask. The lines remind you of lights and darks. The lines remind you of energy, of hope and presence. That's why I do the work that I do. Now, I could easily do figurative work. I could easily do scenes. But I had to ask myself one question. How do I do something that's going to be different, that's going to stand the test of time and say Eric Kelly III was here? And this was his work. This was his style. This is what he was thinking as he did artwork. And so as you look at my work, my earlier pieces, as I said before, were historical pieces, historical places in time. And then you look at my work now, you'll notice that I've morphed into doing work that brings about that whole emotional feeling from you to the work. And that's where we are today.
Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school, all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina.
Join Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school, all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world.
Is it to land on the front cover of a top-tier global publication? The answer may surprise you. If you are a business owner, industry leader, speaker, author, or coach, this is your opportunity to get featured in a publication that reaches worldwide. We want to be able to tell your story, showcase your brand. We have made it so easy. All you have to do is answer a few questions and tell us a little bit about your business, and we'll take care of the rest. But why get featured? 1, it gives you massive exposure to a global audience. 2, it helps to boost your credibility and your authority in your industry. And 3, it helps you to expand your network and unlock opportunities. Now, right now, we are offering a special limited time offer. You can be seen by over 10,000 viewers and readerships each month. So don't wait. This is your time to elevate your business and get featured. All you have to do is click the link below and get started today.
Bravery is not the absence of fear, but the ability to overcome it. We stand for those who defy suppression, who speak out, and those who walk the road less traveled. Everyone deserves to be seen and their voices to be heard. We're sparking a movement, growing a community of creators united by the desire for freedom, choice, equity, and ownership. At Fanbase, it's all for one and one for all. We support each other to guide, promote, and uplift you in a place where you can unapologetically be yourself. A place where your voice, ideas, and creativity are not just welcomed, but celebrated. We are Black founded, minority funded, and supported by a diverse, inclusive, powerful community that believes in the strength of authenticity and individual choice. Regardless of success or background, we welcome you. The marginalized, the underappreciated, the successful, the superstar. We're for all who seek a space to express themselves freely, where they are rewarded for being their authentic, true self. We transcend labels because only we have the right to define ourselves. We are built for the brave, the culture, the creators, and for the future where everyone has the power to shape their own destiny. Where all are empowered, voices are amplified, and freedom is embraced. For the first time, you have a chance to own the platform you helped make popular. It's a revolution, a movement in how we connect, create, and share. Everyone is a creator, and everyone has a fan base. Here, you can be you without limits.
I was born in a little village on the island of Haiti. Many deadly diseases pounded me. It is as if they were on a mission to end my existence on this earth. I refused to give up. In 1983, I left Haiti and came to the United States of America. And I came with $5, 2 shirts. I didn't speak any English. I came to Atlanta. I got a job. I was a doorman. I was a doorman with a dream. What I used to come on stage. I'd rehearse this moment that I'm standing in front of you. That's the power of a dream. Maybe today is the day you begin acting as if you already have it. And then step out with full force. Take a risk. No condition is permanent. Don't let your situation distract you. You are chosen. You are called. You are born for a purpose in this life.
Hey everyone, it's Grant McGaw, CEO of 5-Star BDM and host of the award-winning Follow the Brand podcast and TV series, where I help you to build a 5-star brand that people will follow. My genius is personal brand development through intelligent communication and helping you achieve your business and career goals. I am a requested speaker on digital technology and brand development issues. I want to work with you to increase the value of your current opportunities while attracting new ones. Every one of you is unique, and we all share challenges that can be addressed through smart branding. As a super connector, I work with you as an executive coach to guide you along the complicated business and career development road, providing the enhancement tools and information you need to succeed. Together, I will help you succeed in today's challenging business climate. I will evaluate and measure your progress. Best of all, I am right alongside you every step of the way. Build the brand called you. Genius is coming.
Are you a Black entrepreneur with a vision for global success? Are you ready to take your business to the next level? Introducing the Black Business Network, BBN, one of the largest Black business showcases in the history of the world. The only 24/7 global multimedia ecosystem dedicated to connecting and promoting Black entrepreneurs, brands, and businesses globally. With BBN, you can sell your business now 24 hours a day to over 200 countries. Reach a global audience in real time, build trust, and generate leads like never before. Access a world of opportunity with our live streaming and replay platform, featuring on-demand content, documentaries, and exclusive interviews. Get your exclusive, one-of-a-kind Black Business magazine covers that feature you and your amazing business today. And tap into our Black Business Global Chamber of Commerce, where your voice will be heard globally with over 1 million business owners. Learn the insights and strategies that Black entrepreneurs are using to grow today. Power your business with the Black Business Black Credit and Debit Card. Get cashback, access microloans, and build your business by doing business with Black businesses worldwide. Stay ahead of the curve with the Black Business World Report, our yearly intelligence magazine, providing industry trends, government programs, funding alerts, and so much more. BBN is more than just a network. It's a revolution. It's a global movement, uniting Black entrepreneurs from over 200 countries to share knowledge, build relationships, and create economic empowerment. And for corporations, BBN offers a unique opportunity to demonstrate your commitment to diversity and inclusion and access. Submit your corporate commercial today. Sponsor BBN, reach a targeted audience, and support the growth of Black-owned businesses. Our Black Business Ambassador program provides support and detailed information on all activities. From onboarding to mastermind think tasks, they cover it all. Whether you're looking to expand your business or your viewers, BBN brings together the tools, talent, and technology needed to grow Black-owned businesses worldwide. It's where we speak, sell, connect, and rise. Live and on demand. Join the Black Business Network today. Visit bxtv.org to learn more and unlock your global potential, where business is broadcast live, where the future is today. Call 919-308-9090 for your Black Business Fireside Chat today as we showcase your amazing business to over 200 countries. Black Business Network, one of the largest Black business showcases of Black business in the history of the world. Call today 919-308-9090 USA.
Hello, I am Dr. Eric Kelly III, the visionary strategist and founder of the Black Business Olympics. I invite you to showcase your Black-owned businesses on the Black Business Network global stage. The Black Business Olympics is a global Black Business Network platform that propels Black-owned businesses into the international spotlight. By showcasing your business on the Black Business Olympics platform, you can reach a worldwide audience of potential customers, partners, and investors. You can also establish yourself as a thought leader, an expert in your field, attract lucrative partnerships, and more speaking engagements. In addition, the Black Business Olympics platform provides a valuable opportunity to connect and collaborate with like-minded entrepreneurs and business professionals from around the world. This can lead to new business opportunities, ideas, and relationships. Finally, by sharing your
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black business.
Good morning, business owners, entrepreneurs, thought leaders, and corporations worldwide. Welcome to the Black Business Network. My name is Andrea Adams, and I am your business moderator for this session on the Black Business Network. The Black Business Network is a 24-hour business network showcasing Black businesses, business owners, entrepreneurs, and thought leaders worldwide. We have speakers from North Carolina, London, Singapore, Japan, and cities all over the United States. The Black Business Network is a global community sharing its business knowledge to empower, inspire, and educate businesses about business. Our next speaker this morning is Dr. Tandra Price. Dr. Tandra Price is a global networking strategist and communication expert, an award-winning international keynote speaker with over 30 years entrepreneurship experience. She trains individuals, corporations, and businesses worldwide on communication strategies that help to build relationships, establish rapport, and cultivate mutual trust and respect. Tandra coaches corporate leaders and employees to learn, to live, and to lead with stronger collaborative skills and greater creativity. I am happy to present to you Dr. Tandra Price.
Hello. Thank you so much for that amazing introduction. I am so happy to be here at the Black Business Network.
Well, we are so happy to have you here this morning. And genius is coming, and I'll see you on the other side.
Awesome. Thank you so much. Good morning. I am so excited to be here and to be sharing with you one of my favorite topics, which is networking. I love everything about networking. So we're going to be talking about mastering the art of communication and how we can really use that through our networking skills. One of the things I like to start off again is I am the founder and owner of Tapped In Magazine, which is a global magazine. We actually help entrepreneurs amplify their voice, make sure that they're seen, heard, and celebrated. We want to make sure that we expand your message and your story and share that worldwide. But I like to really just kick this off again. One of the most important things about communication is the skills, is to genuinely learn to be interested in the other person and deeply understand them. A lot of times when we think about networking, we always kind of think about different ideas and different things that really kind of hinders us when it comes to networking. We know that networking is one of the most powerful skills that we need in order to grow our business, because without clients, then we don't have a business. So we want to make sure that we're networking at all times. 5 keys of really how to mastering the art of communication is going to be the best way to start a conversation. A lot of times we struggle with, how do we get started, especially if you haven't really been new to networking, or you're not kind of struggle with networking or starting conversations. We're going to be sharing with you today 5 really good ways to really kick off your conversation. When is the best time to network? A lot of times I get asked that all the time through people. When do you network? When is the best time? We'll share that with you as well. The third thing is, we always have to have a follow-up plan. What is it? The thing is you have to plan to have a plan. If not, then you're going to fail the plan. So we want to make sure that you always have a plan when you master the art of networking and you go out and you do all these amazing things with communication. The fourth thing we're going to talk about, one of the most platforms that is so underly used at least I think is so underused, which is LinkedIn. It is a powerful, powerful tool when it comes to networking and authentically growing your business. And last, we're going to talk about one of the most powerful things that we know right now is how do we really use the digital space in order to grow our business? We know that right now everything is on the internet, and digitally having digital products and being able to master that out is going to be a huge, huge influence to growing our business. But I want to say that network is really an investment in our business. It is truly, truly an investment in our business. But if we take the time and do it right, it can mask major, major results for a long time to come. So whether you are, again, in networking, we want to make it simplified. We want to make networking just simplified, or mastering the art of communication just simplified for anyone. Whether, like I said, you're an introvert or extrovert, whether you're at thriving networking, at events, or you just, again, have challenging starting that conversation, we want to be able to show you that these steps that I'm going to be sharing with you, or these strategies, they've been proven and tested to be able to help you to master the art of communication and to equip you seamlessly to integrate both into your professional and your networking business. So there's really 4 steps to effective communication. Step 1 is we want to make sure that we have a clear and concise message. It is so important that we are saying something that our prospects understand. Just think when you're in a networking environment, or just out and about on a casual outing, we want to make sure that our message is clear and concise, that they really understand exactly what it is that we offer, what it is that we're selling. We don't want to do multiple different things with them all at one time. The second thing is we want to make sure that they know exactly what it is that we want. A lot of times, I don't know if you've ever been into a conversation where, you're talking to someone and they've told you somewhat what they want, but then they have multiple different things that they're wanting from you. We got to be clear and concise on one thing. What is it that you want that person to do? The third thing is we want to describe the value of our services and make sure that they really understand what it is that our service will deliver and how it will make a transformation to their life and to their business. In step 4, we want to make sure that we explain to them what things, or what it would be like without using our products or services, or without having our products and services. A lot of times when we're actually presenting our product, we want to make sure that, listen, this is what will happen if you don't have our product, or this is what will happen if you do have our product. So we want to make sure that we are actually making sure that we lay the land of the land when we're talking about doing different things. Now, one of the things that is so, so important is the different type of platforms that we talk about. When we're mastering the art of communication, there is a ton. Like I said, we're in the digital space. The internet gives us everything that we possibly need or want to even learn about our clients, but there's so many different platforms. So I'm going to share with you some of those platforms when you're actually sending out a mass communication. There's so many different platforms. And here's the thing is we want to make sure that we're using them all across the board. Some of these you use on a daily basis, some of these that you find your target audience on there. But we want to make sure anytime that you are sending out a message that you have multiple platforms to choose from. So one is going to be email. Of course, we all use email. We're sending out newsletters, or we're sending out responses. Mass communication is a great way, email to use. Slack is another one. Microsoft Teams is a great one. Zoom is what I love because we get to have that face-to-face interaction, or even just like StreamYard, like right now, we can have that face-to-face interaction and we can really talk to our clients. Since COVID came, a lot of times we have really went to the virtual communication, or even conferences are now done on virtual communication, but it gives you that one-on-one face to be able to send that message to authentically develop a relationship. Skype is another one. WhatsApp, if you're doing international. And sometimes WhatsApp is really a better way to really make sure that you're delivering a lot of different content, whether it's, videos, or photos or anything of that nature. It's a way to actually send out that mass communication. We have Google Meets, Facebook Messenger. I love Facebook Messenger because a lot of us is on Facebook or on different type of social medias. But with Facebook, we can actually take our message and put it into the Facebook Messenger and now talk to them one-on-one. Twitter is another one because we can share and you get all the information about the local trends, what's going on, updates, thoughts. I mean, you can really engage in a lot of public conversation. Again, like I said, Streamline is one of the things that we're doing now. Video chat is great. A lot of people love video chat because it's actually better sometimes than sending out just a post or photo or graphics, because now they get to really see who you are, get to understand your vibe, get to get a feel for you. Again, messaging app, Teams map, LinkedIn messaging. I love it because, again, it's different than what you have on your regular social media, because now you're getting to talk to like some decision makers, some one-on-ones. You get to really know a little bit more about that person. And then, of course, Instagram. Those are just some of the platforms. And there's, like, again, a lot of other platforms that are out there, TikTok and other things like that, that you can really use to master the art of communication. They're platforms where we actually are communicating with our ideal target audience. And we're sending a message to make sure that they really understand what it is that we're offering. Mastering these platforms, it can really optimize your communication, and it can expand your reach and help you to build long-lasting relationships, again, whether they're personal and impersonal. So let's jump into those 5 initial steps to master the art of communication. The very first one we talked about is, when is the time to start a conversation? So a lot of times we get a little nervous when it comes to starting a conversation, but it's really just simple. We do these things on a daily basis. Sometimes we don't even realize that we're doing them, but we are doing them. So when you actually introducing yourself, you're just basically saying a simple hello, how are you, how you doing? Is nothing complicated about that. We're not trying to sell, pitch, or anything. We're just introducing ourselves. And a lot of times when you get into networking or a networking event, you want to kind of seal that introduction with a firm handshake, just to let you know that, we're really ready to talk business. Or have you ever, even better yet, have you ever met someone for the very first time and they'll say, my name is such and such, and you kind of give that firm handshake? They always say it's in the handshake. The firmer it is, the more business minded that you are, but it is actually kind of seals the deal. The second thing is we're always asking questions. When you're actually in a conversation, just think about some of these. Do you ask questions when somebody introduces you, or when you're introducing to somebody? The first thing is, how are you doing? Maybe, is this your first time being here? Or, like, what brings you here? Or just even on a general, if you're in a grocery store and you get asked the question, have you ever tried this before? And once you ask those questions, the conversation is almost kind of like ping pong. It goes back and forth. You're continually asking questions. Another thing is giving compliments. That's our third way of initiating conversation. You give a compliment to someone. People love it when you talk about them. They just straight love it when you talk about them. But when you give that genuine compliment, then again, it creates another conversation. I love shoes, so I'm always in the shoe shopping business. And I'll see someone, maybe if they're in the store with me and they're trying on some amazing shoes, I will say, oh my God, those look like some traveling shoes, or those look like some vacation shoes, depending on what the shoe look like. And then it starts a conversation. I had a lady the other day, she says, yes, I'm going to go to Jamaica. Oh my God. And then we kind of get to, again, ping-ponging the conversation. And it goes back and forth. The fourth thing is a lot of people love when you ask for their opinion. People love to talk. They love to talk and to give their advice on different things. It is a great way to start and initiate a conversation. The fifth thing is always have a humor joke. Just have a straight humor joke. Sometimes we don't think about having that humor joke in our pocket, but if you had a humor joke where it gives you a sense of, hey, I'm ready to break the ice. I'm not going to keep it. I'm not going to keep everything just kind of to myself. I want to be able to show that I'm open. I'm loving to want to have a conversation with you. And sometimes if you have something, that inside pocket joke, it breaks that humor. The sixth and last thing when it comes to initiating conversation is to think about the observation. Think about your observations, your surroundings. Anytime you go into or walk into a room and you kind of feel like a little unease, just think about something that you could talk to someone about what's going on. Or even if you're out and about on a regular casual outing, like if it's raining, or if you're in the grocery store, if you're in wherever you're shopping, just think about something that you can start a conversation with, and then it will go that ping pong, ding, 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 back and forth, and the conversation will continue to keep going. The next thing we want to talk about is, places when they say, well, when is the best time to network? Networking is 24/7. But before I get into that, let me just share some amazing places that you can network with. A lot of times we don't even think about these places, but these are places that you can network. One, of course, is always conferences and conventions. Anytime you're at a major conference or you're at or anything like that, you want to make sure that you're utilizing the best our efforts into networking with someone at that conference. Professional association meetings. They have people there all the time that is looking to have those conversations, those conversation starters. I mean, you can use those anytime. Trade shows, exhibits, networking events, business networking events, great way to network. Alumni gatherings, if you're a part of any type of alumni, and they have a different events. I mean, you're there all for the same come and go. Great place to network. Chamber events are made specifically to network and for you to get able to know the businesses in the community and around you. Perfect place. Meetup groups, workshops, and seminars. This is my favorite, career fairs. People say, why would career fairs be one of the best places to network? Because everyone is looking for employment. You have a business that could probably use one of those services. Now that you know exactly what they're looking for, you know how to be able to match that with your business. Volunteering opportunities, again, come and go. I was just on it says a girls hot walk, and we were all there for the same come and go. We were there we were actually just really volunteering a part of her program. But as we were volunteering, there was so many ladies that were coming. We were all looking to get healthy and get fit. So it was amazing conversation as we were having. We got to learn so much about what the ladies do, where they're from, how long they've been in there. Great opportunity. Toastmasters, again, social clubs, online networking platform, community events and festivals. And my last one is going to be charity events. If you are looking to have people be a part of your company, this is the place. The charity event is one of the most important places because why? They have money. They have money. Our products and services require money and investment. And if you're looking to grow your business, they're looking to raise money at these events. And because they're raising money, these people have money to give out to different services. So you want to make sure that you're really utilizing that. But there's so many benefits when it comes to networking that we really just don't think about. One of the things that I think is a benefit of networking is that it's always a process. Networking, you have to really marinate it. It's almost like seasoning meat. When you get ready to do a nice juicy steak or a hamburger, you're seasoning it. You're letting all the seasons and everything marinate. You put that networking the same way into your daily routine. You season it. You marinate the relationships. You let them know that you're there and that you're available and that you're ready to really be able to help with their problems or their concerns or their needs. It's always, how can you solve a problem? How can you, again, make the transformation better? But when you think about it, networking helps you to increase your visibility, making you more recognizable. It increases your chance to be able to network with other people, but also get into collaborations with other companies and consider different opportunities. Collaborations, the more that you are seen and heard, then because you're out there, it helps you to be able to collaborate more with other people and other organizations that are looking for your services, things that you have. It gives you access to resources. Listen, I do all the time personal development. And by doing that personal development, it helps me to learn different things. If I didn't have that opportunity to know what all the new latest trends and everything's are out there, I wouldn't have that access. So networking gives you the information to get, tools. It can help you grow your business, but also gives you access to a lot of resources. Brand awareness. I'm always either have either a shirt on that says Tapped In Magazine or something about my brand. One of the ladies I've seen that I work with all the time, she says, I wear my brand everywhere I go. Everywhere I go, because I want to be able to be, if I'm in the room, I want them to see my brand. I want them to ask me questions about my brand and know exactly a little bit about me. But because that's a benefit to networking, we want to make sure that we really utilize brand awareness. It helps promote our business and help us get into a broader audience. Again, the benefit of networking is giving you access to decision makers. Have you ever had one of those clients that you would be like, oh my God, I wish that I could have him in my network, or I wish I could have an opportunity to just talk to him or just let him know a little bit about my business or how it can be of value to his business. The benefits of networking allows you to get access to those different decision makers. Industry trends, it gives you everything. Again, like I said earlier, I do a lot of personal development, but there's a lot of things in the industry that we are not aware of. We want to be that one-stop shop when it comes to our clients. So we want to make sure that, we are out there being a part and getting understanding. And then the last and most least, I can honestly say it's just business growth. It's business growth and development. It helps us to always be expanding and growing our business. But we also, after we do all this networking, after we put all these things in place, we got to have a plan. A lot of times people don't, you know what? It's like in the morning when we get up, I always have my desk down here. I have my to-do list. That's my plan. That's my blueprint. Because after I've done everything that I've done for, maybe the last week or this week or whatever, I got to have a plan of where I'm going. I have to have a plan of action. We have to execute. That's what we have to think about. When we're thinking about networking, it's like executing. We put this plan into place, but now we have to execute the plan. And if we're not executing the plan, then again, what is it we plan to fail? So when you think about networking, let's think about setting goals. Okay, that's a part of creating that plan, setting goals. When you go into a networking event, what is the goal for you to go to the networking event? Even if you do something online, virtually or in person, what is your goal? Are you looking to go just to be nosy? Or are you looking to go to grow your business? Are you looking to make collaborations? Think about that. We have in our networking bootcamp, we have a sheet that it talks about preparation before you actually go to your networking event. We want to make sure that you follow, you just write it down, what you're going to do. And a lot of times, I know people use their handy dandy phones and you can put it in your phone as well, but have a plan or goal before you go. Make sure that you do the research. I can't say enough of how important that is. I get asked all the time, networking doesn't work for me. Well, I always say, because did you do your research? Did you do your research? Did you do the research, or why are you going to that event? Is your target audience at that event? We just go because we'll see something online or somebody invite us to something, but we want to make sure that we're maximizing our time. So we want to make sure that we're at the right place at the right time in order to get those amazing leads. Prepare your introduction. Now, when I say prepare your introduction, it's not about your sales pitch or anything like that. I want you to prepare yourself to make yourself memorable to the person that you're actually networking with. Let me say that again. Make yourself memorable to the person that you're networking with. What happens is when you go in there and you start trying to sell or pitch to them, they're not listening, they're not hearing it. But once you make yourself memorable to that person, they're going to remember you. Because when we talk about our follow-up plan, you're going to understand why that's so important. Practice networking skills. I can tell you the biggest networking skill that we don't practice is listening. We have to listen. A lot of times we go into networking events, or even if we're talking to people on a casual event, we already have our own agenda in mind. We already know what we want to say, because when you see that person, you're like, oh my God, I just cannot wait. I cannot wait to tell them what I could do for their business, or how I can make their business so amazing. But if we didn't listen to exactly what they needed, then we're going to miss the sale anyway. Make sure that your digital presence is updated. You go into a network, a lot of times we have all these digital cards and different things like that. There's a lot of different softwares out there that you can have a digital card, Bling or things like that already put together. So it makes the transaction easier. Here, let me give you my contact information. People still use personal business cards. I mean, I'm still a fan of personal business cards. I don't use them as much because I feel like everything right now is on a digital space. But if you happen to have a business card, make sure you have everything ready, digital and everything. And bring the essential materials, because when you go to networking events and your phone is not charged, you don't have your computer that you need to get all the information, it shows that you're not ready, that you're not prepared. And we want to always make sure that we're prepared. Make sure when you go to any type of networking event, or even on a daily basis, we should be trying to connect with at least 5 people. Every day, that should be a part of your routine. What new 5 people can I talk to? Doesn't have to be about your business, but what new 5 people can you meet? It's the same way you need to do with networking. And make sure anytime that you have networking events, or that you're thinking about going to an event, that you join their Facebook group. Now, let me tell you why that's so important, because every time somebody has something, there's a Facebook group associated with it. It's always. So make sure that you join that Facebook group so you can know who's in the community. And prior, even before you go, when I talked about doing research, find out who the speakers are, how long they've hosted the event, some of the people that is going there. You can always look and start connecting. And so when you get to that event, it's not as awkward as it may seem. Again, a lot of times when you go into a room and you don't know anybody, it makes it a little awkward. But if you do the research and homework beforehand, it's easy breezy. We want to talk about the follow-up plan. The follow-up plan is so important. What they say, the money's in the follow-up, it's really true. But we want to make sure that we're following up. Relationships is in the follow-up too, because it's how we continue to grow our business over and over and over. So after you go to a networking event, make sure that you have a scheduled meeting. It's easy in our phone. We're using it handy dandy within 24 to 48 hours. We want to make sure that we have had a scheduled meeting set up, because why? Life be lifing. And things happen within the day. So from the time that person leaves that networking event to the next time you're talking to them, if you have not contacted them within 24 to 48 hours, you've forgotten about. Go ahead and easily do it on your phone. We have an app in our phone that you can already connect with your CRM system, but you'd also send a real quick message. The next thing I want you to do in the follow-up plan is contact them on all social media. Now, a lot of times we're having our conversation, we'll say, oh, what is the best way to connect with you? They either give you your Instagram, Facebook, or whatever. But even if they give you that, go and research them and make sure that you're connecting with them on all social media. Then after that, make sure that they're automatically downloaded into your CRM system. In our part of our networking bootcamp, if you don't have a CRM system, we share you how to get that CRM system, how to get a robust CRM system, how you make it work for you. It's all about automation, and we can share that with you as well. Share relevant resources with them. This is the best thing. This is like that sweet sauce that you could put on your food. Remember I told you about the steak and marinating, but sharing relevant resources, because a lot of times after you meet somebody and you share something about either their business or something, a new trend industry that's going on, they know that you paid attention, to them in the conversation. It is the sweetest spot ever when it comes to networking. Next, you want to stay engaged. When I say connect with them on our social media, you want to stay engaged with them, because nothing is better than the internet. It tells you every single thing about your client. And I learned something the other day about pixels when it comes to social media, and we can share that later in our networking bootcamp. But it is a very powerful tool that some of us don't even realize that we have it. But you want to stay engaged with them. Authentically post on their social media. If you see they have a birthday, don't just put B-Day or something like that. Put on there, hey, have an amazing birthday. I'm wishing you well on your birthday, and put us some comments there. Now, the last one I want to talk about is setting a calendar reminder. This is so important when it comes to setting a calendar reminder. Even though you met with them within 24 to 48 hours, you've set an appointment with them. Now we got to continue that cycle, and we'll share more about that with you in our network bootcamp. How do you set this amazing calendar reminder even after you've connected with someone? It is so important that you do that. Now I want to talk to you about, when it comes to effective communication, this is so important, because we have to know what type of communicator we are. A lot of times we don't understand what type of communicator we are when it comes to networking. This is where you get the most powerful impact when it comes to knowing what type of communicator you are, because you don't know how to make an impact in the room. You know how they say, walk into the room and you own the room. This is how you know how to own the room, because you want to leverage your strengths when it comes to building relationships. And it takes to know what type of communicator you are. You want to be able to inspire people, motivate people when you get in there, but you got to know what kind of communicator you are. So I'm going to share with you just a few types of communicators. One is going to be relationship builders. Have you ever been into a networking room and you walk in there and people are like full of energy? They are fired up. These are people who are excited about networking. So when they go in there, relationship builders, they are focused. They're laser focused. They know how many people they're going to meet with. They're going in there for relationship building only. They're not going in there to sell. They're not going in there to pitch. They're going in there for relationship building only. The second type of communicator, again, is that social butterfly. This person is fired up. They're excited. When you're coming into the door, you'll see them. They're making all kind of noises and everything. Like, hey, how are you? Welcome to whatever. These are social butterflies. These are people that are going to actually connect you with other people. They may say, what kind of business are you doing, or what kind of contact you're looking for? And they'll be able to say, oh my God, I know the exact person that you need to meet. Let me introduce you. I love those types. Now, when you think about these type of communicators, you could be 1, 2, or 3 of them all together. But you want to know when you get into the room, how do I own the room? How do I leave out of there with some connections and some opportunities? This is how you're going to know, because you're going to know what type of communicator you are. The third kind of communicator is just the expert. You will go into a networking event, and these people are not trying to network with you. They're just trying to tell you what their expertise are. They're not selling. They're just telling you what their expertise are. And that is so important. You got to know, listen, am I one of those people that I just want to go in there and just say, listen, this is exactly what I do. This is what our system do. This is what our program do. I'm the expert in AI or whatever. I'm just going to tell you, this is where the future is. Those are the type of people you are. Or you could be like the fourth one. I call it FOMO, fear of missing out. These are people that you walk up to, they're there, they're going to talk to you, but they're going to be like, hey, did you go to such and such? Hey, are you going to X, Y, and Z? They're going to be at every networking event. You do not want to be a part of this particular thing because you don't ever want to miss out. They're going to tell you every networking event that's out there because that's just the type of person they are. The next one is the buffet eaters. These are people who just go just for the buffet line only. Have you ever seen that? People just go, listen, it's what, 5 after 6 or whatever. Listen, I can go ahead and stop by this networking event, grab me something to eat or, a nice cocktail. These are just for buffet eaters. But guess what? These are some powerful people because they're always going to be at the back of the line at the buffet, or they're going to be at the drinking area. These are people because they're going to get all the information because all the times the information trickle down to the back. And by the time they get up to the front, they know who's in the room, what they're doing, how long they've been in business. Perfect people to be standing by if that's one of you. Collaborators. These are people who just want to collaborate. Listen, I got a conference coming up. I got a book anthology coming up. I just want to collaborate with you. The next one is the digital marketers, communicators. These are people that are only going to connect with you and talk with you on a digital space, whether you're Instagram, Facebook, or whatever. They're only going to talk to you in the digital world. And then the last one is going to be innovators. These are people who are looking, what's trending that I can get involved into? What is the new and greatest idea? How can I, whether I'm trying to buy software, I'm trying to sell a company or whatever, what is that? Those are innovators. And you want to think about that because when it comes to that, these are people who are doing some amazing, amazing things. And we don't think about that a lot of times. We always think about maybe not, or maybe so, or something of that nature. But these are people who are doing some amazing things in their space. And you know what? It was so funny because when I was actually at a networking event not too long ago, and I was thinking, oh, you know what? This would maybe be a great idea for me to get involved with. And, but the more I understood about what that was, the better I was able to be of service. Because remember, we're not networking for ourselves. We're networking for the next person. I want to jump into LinkedIn real quick because LinkedIn has over 810 million users. Did I say it was a free platform? It's a free platform. And we share more of this about you in our networking bootcamp. But really quickly, a lot of times when you get into LinkedIn, you get that one-stop shop. It's like you're going to a networking event every day, because if you're on LinkedIn and you're actually actively using it, you got to make sure that there's certain things that are on there that is so important. So when people are prospecting, you got to think that how many people are actually using LinkedIn every single day. They use LinkedIn every single day. Now, LinkedIn used to be just, for career building, but now it's so much more than that. And so we want to make sure that we are actually at our event every day, that we're showing up in a polished way. So, take a look at your LinkedIn often. Don't just do it, set it up and think that people are going to follow you. No, there's certain things that you have to do with LinkedIn. And we share that with you in our networking bootcamp. But one of the things is you got to make sure you have a professional profile picture. Please make sure your picture is a welcoming picture. People love it. It's great. Your headlining, make sure that your headline matches exactly what you're doing. Make sure that you have that banner. I can't tell you how many times that we go into our networking bootcamp and no one even has a banner up there. We cannot understand exactly is what you're doing, because remember, pictures tell the story. You want your banner to tell the story even before they get there. You want to make sure that you have your media in there. Make sure you have any ads, videos, anything to showcase what you do. You want to make sure that if you're part of Tap In magazine, that you have information that you maybe been interviewed on our show, on our podcast, or something of that nature put in there. You want to make sure if it's a global company like Tap In magazine, that you have it in there. Your summary, make it be to something that you've done for someone. you know how when you put your experience there, what you've been doing in your job, you got to think about that. It's the same way, especially if you're an entrepreneur. Your experience, it speaks everything. Make sure that you have all your skills in there, even people that haven't endorsed your skills. Your education is so important too, because again, I talked earlier about us making sure that we have our that we're updating our professional experience like all the time. Make sure that we're doing the recommendations. We can show you a little bit how you could take some of the responses that people have said to you on your post or things of that nature, and how we can turn them into recommendations. Volunteer work. Listen, we want to know a little bit more about you than what you've already doing. Media attachment. Make sure that you have all your media attachment. Is so important. If you're a part of Tapped In Magazine, we're a global publication with over 700,000 online distribution. That's a media you want to have on your platform. Engage and network. We want to make sure that all your engagement, everything that you're doing, is a part of that as well. Mastering our communication through, again, public digital space. Listen, digital is I want to say it's the new currency. Well, we know it's the currency, but digital is everything that's happening. It's moving faster, more effective, and efficient. We want to make sure that that's a part of what we're doing, and we have some sense of that. In our networking bootcamp, we show you how to make money digitally online. It's an amazing program that we cover a lot of different axes, but we want to think about right now in the digital space of media. Okay, media is one of the things that can make sure that you can get your voice and story amplified on a broader audience. You have to think about, and I'm just going to share with you about in the publication space, when Essence and Jet and all them very first started out, they didn't have the luxury of having this amazing platform, to grow their business. But now look how things are going on a new age. Communication is no longer just really about verbal exchange. It's about a message that you can share through a powerful media publication. Tapped In Magazine, we offer that. We offer a way to be able to expand your network, to share your story for people who really need to hear your story. Have you heard that saying that your story ain't just for you? No, but the more that you can inspire and motivate people and strategically do that through media, it helps to elevate your communication, which would resonate with the audience on a global scale. And we have to think about that. When you can truly master the art of communication, it needs to be consistent media. As an entrepreneur, we need to be in a publication anywhere between 12 to 14 times a year. And the reason why I say that is because as entrepreneurs, we come out with something new, or we should be coming out with something new about our products and services. We have to be able to feed to the media and to our audience who is watching the media. Right now, our audience is so research conscious. They're always looking and they're always researching. Where are you at? What are you doing? How long you've been in business? And because you have a product and services, we need to be able to make sure that we amplify that into the space, the digital space, at least 12 to 13 times each year. You have to make sure that you're there. You have to be in front of your audience on a regular basis. And the ongoing communication is critical to stay visible and relevant. Without the outreach, your clients don't know that you're there. And one of the main things that I say, if you're not in front of your audience, they're going to be doing business with people who know, who are more in being visible and selling the same products and services as you. It's the key to building relationships. The more that you're in front of the more that you're more visible and in front of your audience, the more relationship that you're building with them. You're actually connecting with them. You're talking to them. You're feeling what they're doing. The products and services that you're looking at from the long time of being on the internet, you're speaking to your audience. The massive exposure and visibility you gain through media, like a Tapped In Magazine, because we're a global program, a global service, and we have over 700,000 online, the more communicated, that means you're engaging with them. You're building that know, like, and trust. You're building your brand, that brand awareness that we talk about. We want to talk about the media because you want to be able to reach a huge audience, just like we're here on this particular platform. It is a digital platform. We're being able to reach massive amount of people. Just think, every time Dr. Kelly puts you on this particular platform, you're able to tell your story, to share your products and services. You're doing that on a global, massive scale, the same way that Tap 10 Magazine does. You're helping build your authority, your credibility, and trust in your industry. And that's so important. Again, our consumers, or the consumers right now that are buying, they're researching. They're more value conscious. What can you do for me? How can this change my business? Transformation is what they're looking for. They're not looking for you to show up 1 or 2 times in the space. They're looking for you to be constantly growing, constantly. You need that engagement with them. It's so important. And because when you actually start putting together a global publication, it gives you the visibility. It's nothing like if you go into a meeting and you have on a magazine cover, your face is on that magazine cover, and you have other influential leaders inside of that magazine, which is another part of your credibility. It's amazing. It seals the deal. It becomes more than just a publication. It becomes a movement. It becomes a message that you're trying to say, listen, I'm here. I'm here to be able to service you. We have the products and services that will help you. So you have to think about where do I want to be? Futurize, where do we want to be? We got to think futuristic because there's so many things that's changing. We have to use right now what's at speed, what can move faster, what can reach more people. And that is digital publications. It is one of the main ways to get in front of clients that you wouldn't be able to get to on a regular basis. I was just heard the other day when I was happened to be on a call, and it was so crazy because they said there are some people out there who don't even know who Beyonce is. And I was like, what? Everybody know who Beyonce is, but they don't. Even though she does all of her amazing concerts and things, because a lot of times digital space has to move so fast that they can reach thousands and thousands and thousands of people. But I was really drawn out by that because even in the digital space, and we again can show you how to build these digital products and digital services, but they didn't even simply know who Beyonce was. I was like, that's kind of odd. Everybody know her. But we have to make sure that just like she does, she stays visible to her beehive. You got to stay visible to your beehive. You got to make sure that your clients know who you are and what you do. Listen, I love this. I could talk about it for days, but to connect with me, go to Tap In. That's TAPIN magazine.org. Again, TAPIN magazine.org. You can find out about how to get into our publication and all of our upcoming boot camp classes that's coming up.
Wow, Dr. Price, that was amazing. That was a load of information, and I can hear you all day because they were loads of nuggets.
Yes. Thank you. I appreciate you, Mrs. Adams. And listen, being a part of the Black Business Network is so amazing to be here and to share this information. So listen, genius is common. And what is the saying?
I'll see you on the other side. Quite amazing. Thank you so much, Dr. Price. Now, the Black Business Expo's mission is to raise funds for high school seniors going to college or K-12 entrepreneurs. This expo is a fundraiser for students. You may go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com to donate to the scholarship fund or use the Cash App BBXUSA. Our goal is to give laptops and up to $5,000 to students. Students can register online at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com. Every dollar counts, so we want to remind you to donate to the scholarship fund. We want to thank our Black Business Expo USA sponsors for July 2025. NC 100, Suede Soul, Carolina, Virginia Minority Supplier Development Council, Step Management, Margie McLean Foundation, Inc., Genius is Common, Executive Women Success Institute, The Quality Coaching Company, Superwoman Business Services, Creative Force Studios, Lee Entertainment, Black Business Olympics, Artistic App Design, Banks Law Firm, Black Business Expo USA. Genius is Common, and I'll see you on the other side.
Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school, all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away
one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina.
Join Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school, all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world.
The Black Business Expo is changing my life. This year, they are giving away laptops and even $5,000 in cash to students just like me. I'm Alexis, and I want to go to college to fulfill my dream of becoming an entrepreneur. Help the Black Business Expo going to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com and also becoming a vendor, a sponsor, or donating.
How many times have you been asked to help someone you didn't even know, a student, a business entrepreneur, or did you ever even ask, where did they end up? that business, that friend, that entrepreneur. Well, just maybe they ended up in a gang, bankrupt, homeless, or worse, dead. Maybe they turned to crime, drugs, and alcohol. Did you ever wonder? Did you destroy their dream, or was your life always so easy? At the Black Business Olympics, we started a movement to help students complete. Give them hope and foster success. Help them to leave their dreams of providing laptops, computers, and up to $5,000 in scholarship funds. Today, we ask you to help a student, a business owner, or an entrepreneur to realize their dream by sponsoring them, supporting them, and buying from them. Consider this. With $1.6 trillion in our Black community, we only ask for a small donation for our students, our businesses, and our entrepreneurs. And you can change a life today. So I ask you, what are you going to do? Sit on the sideline and watch our students in high school be leaders, miss out on their dream from lack of resources? Or are you going to donate to the movement and change their future and yours as well? Give us a call today at 919-308-9090. Change their life by investing with action to the Black Business Olympic Fund. The Black Business Olympics, one of the largest business showcases of Black business in the history of the world.
I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black business. I am Black business. Tell me, are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black business.
Did you know that approximately 333.34 million businesses exist today, according to a report from 2021? And you may be one of those businesses, or maybe you're not in the business market yet, but you're aspiring to be a business owner. Well, guess what? You're in the right place at the right time. Because let's face it, everything is about timing and opportunity. Hi, my name is Dr. Lotus Richey, and I'm the CEO and founder of the Lotus Richey Coaching and Consulting LLC, along with the Lotus Richey Ignite Show. 15 minutes of success with Dr. Lotus Richey, as well as books to boom your business and bring who you are. And today, I want to bring this amazing message to you about
Good day, business owners, entrepreneurs, thought leaders, and corporations. Welcome to the Black Business Network. My name is Margie McLean, and I am your business moderator for this edition of the Black Business Network. The Black Business Network is a 24-hour business network showcasing Black businesses, Black owners, entrepreneurs, and thought leaders worldwide. We have speakers from North Carolina, London, Singapore, Africa, Japan, and cities all over the United States. The Black Business Network is a global community sharing its business knowledge to empower, inspire, and educate businesses about business. Today, we have Ms. Shatur Porte. Shatur Porte is an international speaker, author, and Goldman Sachs 1 million Black woman, Black in Business scholar. As the founder of School Council on Wheels, LLC, she is dedicated to empowering her youth through mental health wellness, student success, and leadership development. With a passion for making a lasting impact, Shatira is transforming the way young minds thrive. I present to you Ms. Portier.
Hello.
Hello, welcome. How are you?
I'm doing well. It is Winning Wednesday, so happy Winning Wednesday. How are you?
I'm doing wonderful, and I love that. Winning Wednesday. I'm going to have to use that my own platform. I'm still in that. I'm just going to let you know.
It's okay.
So welcome. And Genius is coming, and we'll see you on the other side, but we are already on this side. So can you tell us a little bit about your business and what you do?
Well, first, thank you, Black Business Networks, for having me. I'm Shatira Porte from Red Bank, New Jersey. My business, School Counselor on Wheels, is an international consulting company business where we travel the world to be able to impact lives of youth and students all over the world and the professionals and educators who support them. We started off virtual, and now we are mobile, just being able to expand our reach to be able to make sure that students and young people thrive, not only in academics, but through personal development as well.
I love that. So can you share something, just share about the name? How do you come up with the name, and what inspired you to even start this business?
Yes. So actually, to be fully transparent, School Counselors on Wheels was birthed and came from survival. I've been in mental health for this will be my 20th year, actually, I'm celebrating. And then I've been in education 10 years. And I was working in a school. I was a school counselor, a teacher, then I became an education administrator. And during that time, we were coming out of COVID. It was stressful. And I was really coming to a place where I wanted to grow and expand. And I wanted to be able to do more than just being in one central located space, one district. I wanted to be able to go out and be able to help students all over the world. And at the time, I just felt like in my role, in my position, I came to the end of that role. And I felt like, there was no room for growth. I was looking for some change. I wanted to be more creative in the way that I showed up and advocated for students. I wanted to be able to look at it from a holistic, full circle view versus just primarily academics. And I wanted to do something different. And during all of that time, I had to make a hard decision, and it became stressful for me. So I decided to resign in my position that I was in. And I said, I'm going to take a year off to be able to focus, get centered, get grounded, take care of my own mental health. And during that time, a colleague of mine, we brainstormed, and it was really centered around my passion and my passion to be able to connect and work with youth. And through that, it was during the COVID time, and I was still getting calls from students, parents, families, my own colleagues. And my colleague said to me, you can still do that. Just do it virtually. And I said, oops, there you go. School Counselors on Wheels, because my certification and background is a certified school counselor. And I said, that's it. I'll be able to do this. And being that it makes sense because we're virtual, and I can be able to do that. I can be mobile, and I can be able to reach different demographics. There was students who were homeschooled. There were students out of the country, and I love to travel. So that's where School Counselors on Wheels started. And we started off very small, where we were looking to grow. And we started off just virtual workshops with young girls of color and creating a safe space for them, and then expand now. And we're going on our 4th year this year.
Congratulations. Listen, I'm very open and very happy to see that you stepped out on faith, one. And, I think COVID was kind of a catalyst for people to say, hey, you know what, I can do other things besides being in this 9 to 5 and I reached this rooftop and I can't go any further. So what's some other things that I can do? You took your talent and you turned it into what I call a paycheck. So I do this workshop called take your hobby or take what you love and turn it into a paycheck. And I actually teach kids how to start their own businesses. So I love the fact that you actually did that. So that is very that's very inspiring to me. So you know, what's your personal experience? How did that shape your passion for youth development and education?
Thank you. Well, actually, it came full circle as I started the business. And it really, I sit in gratitude today because coming up, I was thinking about this and reflecting. Growing up, I didn't have similar programs that growing up, I didn't have programs for young girls for self-love and leadership development. I didn't have programs that focused on college and career readiness. It was just, you know, it was go to work, go to school, and go to church. And that was kind of the mentorships that we had. And it spoke to me because growing up, my love and my passion was in education. I loved going to school. When I got home, I used to play school with my friends. And then when I got to middle school was a tough year for me. My grandmother, my great-grandmother, and my great-grandmother raised me. So when I got to middle school, I was dealing with friendship issues. And I started to be rebellious. And my grandmother, she's the type, like, I'm out here working 2 or 3 jobs. You don't want to listen and follow my rules. You have to, do something else. So I actually was sent around the corner to my great grandmother who had a more structured home environment, couldn't go off the porch, was very disciplined, had to do some things. And during that time, my family sent me on a missionary trip to Haiti. I was in 7th grade. I was the youngest student that went across with this missionary church group. And there was a high school young lady that went. We were the only 2 students. It was a local teacher from our communities who was a Black woman educator, been educator for 40, 50 plus years. And then other were volunteers. And I went over to Haiti. And during that experience, I was able to teach young kids English. And it shifted me and hit me very differently. And to this day that I impacted, and I share this story anywhere I go, where number one, I learned very quickly that I had a passion and a love and a desire to be able to teach, mentor, and provide information to peers at the time, which were students or just young people. Secondly, I realized that I was over here in the United States playing around, that these young people were coming, they were walking miles and miles from different villages and different towns to be able to gain information from me. And I was back home not taking it seriously. And I have much more resources, school books, environment, than they do. And I wasn't taking full advantage and being grateful for that experience. So I was able to get humbled very quickly at a young age to be grateful for my experience. So when I came back, it really turned a light bulb in me to do 2 things, to be able to get serious and focused. And then also that I wanted to do something. And I started to explore my options of either wanting to be a doctor or be a teacher. And then through my own experiences and having very little resources of mentors, and had a not so great experience coming up that I was told that I wasn't going to be much, amount of thing really shifted me that I do not want to feel how I felt growing up in this education environment. I also want to be something that I didn't have because I know the value of being able to pour into a young person, being able to mentor, be able to support. And then I started to explore my options by having internships and jobs that allowed me to kind of get my feet wet and explore what I like. So I started off with mental health first and started to be able to do different positions like crisis screening, correctional facilities, methadone clinics, anything that you can name of in mental health. I had the opportunity to work in, and then I got into education, and that really helped give me the entree about exploring my likes and my interests and finding my niche, which my love for was working with youth. But it really started when I went over to Haiti and I started teaching the young people, and also it ignited the traveler in me as well. So now I currently still do that to this day.
You know, one of the things that resonated with me is the fact that you actually left here and you saw something different, which inspired you. And I think with our children, that's what they need today. I think about some of the kids that I mentor in my mentoring program in Virginia and Maryland, just allowing them to leave the city and going somewhere like Baltimore. So for some of them, that was their first time even seeing someone that was homeless living in a tent you know. And for them, they was like, what is that? And I was like, that's a homeless person living under the tent. And they had never seen that before.
Right.
And then I had some students who I would take to different colleges. And for a young lady to come back and tell me, I didn't think about going to college because my parents didn't go to college until I went on a college tour. And this young lady is doing very well for herself now. And so I think those experiences make a difference, and having someone in your life that could give those experiences to you, that's very, very important. So I think that is great. And just to have someone that you look up to. I think about it, I look up to, and that is a person who, you know, they structured the way I taught because of this one teacher. And every time I see her, I let her know, you are the reason why I became a teacher. The way I teach is basically shaped after you. And so we definitely need that when it comes to our youth. What is the mission of School Council on Wheels?
Yes, our mission is student success. It really is about the student success, but through a holistic. So we look at not only just academics and making sure that students and young people are thriving successfully in academics, but our mission is to look at our key pillars. And that first is mental health awareness. If you're not feeling good, you're not going to show up and be bold, be bright, and be amazing. You have to really check in yourself. And we want to make sure that mentally and emotionally that our young people are doing all right. Because life is life. You know what I mean? I know what I had to deal with growing up. And I know that we, just even as we are, you know, continuing this journey, that I've witnessed many of my students and my young people working at an early age. I know I started working at 14, but, you know, working the level of responsibility sometimes that's the pressures, whether it's voluntary or involuntary, that we have to manage is difficult. And there's no space to be able, or time to be able to process that or talk about it or release that. So making sure that you know what self-care is, you know what self-love is, you know what, like, you know, I always say it's okay to say you're not feeling well. It's okay to say no, you know, it's a complete sentence. So, you know, being able to check in and to be able to see how we are doing. We also look at, which is key, is that we create and we build, we call them leaders, right? Dope leaders. So we make sure that we are instilling not only leadership within themselves, but how are they going to show up and show out in their community? What is their legacy? How are they going to brand themselves, not only being amazing in what they do, but how are you going to give back and show up, whether it's a business owner, whether it's working in your community or traveling the world? Like, how are you going to be a leader? So you're going to feel well, feel good, your mental health and wellness is in check, and you're always monitoring that. And then, because when you get a lot of work and you're successful, millionaire, business, thriving, sometimes we're not taking care of ourselves. So we want to make sure do that, being a leader. And then last, we look at our last piece, which is the college and career readiness and development. So, you know, for me, my grandmother worked a lot, so she didn't have all the resources to know about financial aid and student loans and VOTEC, and there's so many study abroad information. So whether college or, you know, is for you or not, what is your plan A, B, or C? And being able to start looking at that. And I think we need to continue to start looking at that as a younger age. You know, growing up, being asked, what do you want to be when you grow up, right? And we ask that when we're younger, kindergarten, first grade. And I might say, I want to be a superstar. I want to be a Power Ranger. People laugh at that, but really letting young people have the freedom to explore and dream. And then if that's something that they're really passionate in, let's nurture those conversations so that by the time they get into grammar school, middle school, high school, that they're more prepared in that, and really being able to create a space and environment to get them to explore and say, okay, if that's really what you want to do, how can we support and give the resources? So we have what I like to call courageous conversations about what's next. And I have this program called Don't Fumble the Bag. So making sure that you get all the tools and things you need so that you can make sure when you go out here and you show up that you have a good foundation. You're going to learn across the way. I never thought in a million years that I would leave education and become a business owner. Like I said earlier, I started out of survival. So I didn't know that, but I was able to have a great foundation of mental health, wellness, my education, so that when I went into environments and was able to observe and support, I knew what things look like. I knew how to be able to support in crisis situations and strategies. So we really take all those key things when we're working with our young people and be able to put together action plans and groups and services and resources to be able to help them be successful and have bigger conversations at an early age, and letting them know that they can do anything they put their mind to. But it requires a level of seriousness, discipline, focus, and hard work that they have to be committed to continue. So our mission is to be able to create a space of personal development so they can be able to experience those key pillars and then be able to show up and be successful in those areas.
I love that. You done answered about 3 of the questions I was getting ready to ask you. I love it. You just went through it. Yes. And I love what I hear because it, even though I have the coaching that you see behind me, the coaching business, I also have a nonprofit. And it's just funny how a lot of the things that you are saying is things that I do with my nonprofit as well. I work with this sorority, I think it was Eta Phi Beta, I believe it is. And they did a non-traditional careers fair out in Greensboro, and we did it online. So I talked with the past president about if I could bring it here in Fayetteville. She said, yes, please. Yes. So I want to kind of bring those non-traditional, it's a young man that can be a nurse, and traditionally it's a female. We have women who are farmers, we have women who are construction owners. So we can let young ladies know they can do something that's non-traditional and still start their own business. And so I love that. I'm definitely gonna have to get with you at the end.
Of course.
I would love to work with you on this.
I would love that. Thank you, Margie.
So can you share some of the highlights, success stories that have impacted your program?
Yes, I would say this past year, I'm so proud and excited. So one of the other offers that we have with School Counselors on Wheels, in addition to working with the young people and the students, is we also work with educators, professionals, but any professional that's showing up and doing great work with youth, we like to partner with you. So one of the services that we provide is mentorship and consultant. And we were able to go into a district, it was a charter school, and work with their senior class. So what that looks like is I come in at the beginning of the year and I do 2 things. So I offer leadership and development seminars. So every week I'm going in for about 3 hours to teach and provide seminars through the key pillars that we talked about earlier with young people, and really getting them prepared for what's next as they graduate. And then the second piece is I'm working with the main, support system that's there with them on a day-to-day basis to really track, get data, and support them and see how we can support them. So for this current year, from 2023 to 2024, we went in and we worked with her senior class. She was a new school counselor. She was very passionate and does amazing work, but we wanted to make sure that we left an impact on the next generation. So we came in and with our program and our services, and I'm proud to say that senior class, very small, it was a small charter school of about 40 students, was awarded $8.1 million in scholarships from colleges and universities, HBCUs, technical vocational programs. And then we were also to be able to each one of the students was able to get at least 3 or more college acceptances, or to universities or programs. One of my favorite success stories is being able to work with students who I've seen them through the different periods of their lives. So seeing them in middle school or elementary school, and going into high school, and now being able to stay connected and being able to get the check-ins through college. And one of the young ladies, she's doing very well. She got 18 or 19 college acceptances. She got almost $1 million in scholarships, doing very well, but also checking back and saying, Miss Porte, you was right. We didn't want to listen then, but it's hard out here, so being able to get the testimonies or hearing, I think my favorites, not that you have favorite, but you love hearing when they come back. But I would say that key testimonies is really hearing now as they're young adults, and whether they graduated from school or they transitioned, just hearing their testimonies and their stories. I had this young gentleman who, we have a program where in high school, they're able to take and obtain college credits. And he went and did that very well. He left, he graduated high school. He tried community college, and he called me probably about 3 months after he stopped going and said, Ms. Porte, it's not working out. I don't know what I want to do. And he wanted to give up, and we didn't. And I was able to connect him with another program called Empower, and they offer different kind of, vocational, technical, programs. He got into that program, finished it within a couple of months, now has a finance job, 2 jobs. He just moved out on his own. He has his own place. I said, okay. He said, I'm gonna take you to lunch because I'm doing well. I said, okay. So, just really seeing that even though there may be bumps and hurdles, that the key things that we instill, you know, in the young people, that they're doing well and they're able to navigate these challenges on themselves, and being able to come back and say, I'm doing well and this is what this looks like. And even some that are still trying to figure out, because I know I am sometimes day to day,
Yes.
Yes. Just hearing, I'm big on faith. I'm big on faith and being able to not give up. That's something that I always try to instill in every conversation. Like, I know it didn't work out. I know we're disappointed. I know we're celebrating, but you got to keep having that faith and keep believing. And those are my favorite testimonials and stories.
I love the fact that you had to step out on faith and leave the education, because sometimes being in education can kind of limit us. December was my last day in education after 21 years. And I feel like I can do a little bit more not being in the classroom. And I love the fact that you had taken what you experienced in the classroom and in the school system, and now you're taking it further where you want to. Because let's be honest, if you were still in the classroom, you wouldn't be able to do half of the things that you are doing now. You're kind of like limited on what you can do, what you can't do, what you can talk about, what you can't talk about. And so now you are actually really, really making a difference in these children's lives. And just to have the success stories to come back, to know that what you're doing, this is what you was mandated to do, and this was your purpose to do. This is what God gave you to do, and you are moving forward in that purpose. I love it.
Margie, I have to be honest with you too. I think, when you're in those roles, you wear so many different hats.
So many hats.
And a lot of the things that we are hired for, we're not actually doing those duties because we are, just moving and grooving. Some days I felt really robotic. I was just doing that. And I think that's another part where I wanted to be able to venture out, is because the student one-to-one and that dynamic was missing, because it started to be, paperwork, administrative and data driven, which I know we need those things, but it wasn't what initially I was coming to do. And I felt each year that it was just disappearing. And I knew that was something I was truly passionate about. And then even when I branched out, I didn't know that, School Counselors on Wheels was going to be my journey in my life. And I really have to say confidently and proudly that being able to branch out into School Counselors on Wheels and being able to do this, I have found and locked in with my purpose. Because I used to always question, like, what is that? Well, how am I showing up? I know I'm doing things and I'm making an impact, but it truly is that. And I'm just grateful. So you're right. And I appreciate you just making sure we don't miss that point of it too.
Yeah. Yep, I love it. So let's move on to the entrepreneurship side.
Okay.
What are some challenges that face you as a Black entrepreneur, and how do you overcome those challenges?
Oh my goodness. So the first challenge is that being able to transition from being in such a mental health and that kind of role for so long, I never knew anything about business. I think in my graduate school studies, one semester, a teacher talked about if you want to open up your private practice, and we went over like some key things with business, but I never took a business class. So I didn't have a business mentor. So I think that was a challenge, being able to, when I was transitioning into this so quickly, because again, I'm a mother. I needed to be able to financially sustain myself. So I'm learning as I go. And I think that was a big challenge, because when you're going as a business, you getting all this information, you have to do this, you have to do this. And for example, you have to, register your business. You have to have operations. You have to build a team. You have to do sales. You have to do marketing. You have all of these things, right? The list goes on. And I'm doing or trying to, find my way through all of this all at the same time when you're starting out as the only person in that business. And I think for me, I was, getting frustrated, feeling challenged, feeling like, did I make a mistake? Because I'm feeling like it's just a lot to take on and to deal with. But I had to also realize that I needed to stop trying to adopt that microwave effect and thinking that I started today and by tomorrow I have to make this $1 million and my business is supposed to be, this big known. It takes time and it has to build. And then the things that I'm telling the young people I work with, I needed to look in the mirror and tell myself and remind myself, about how this is going to take some time. So I think learning the business overall and what to do was challenging. Another piece I would say is that, being able to get clients and contracts, you know what I mean? So I had to had to stop trying to do it the cold, emails and the cold way by meeting people and just branching off. But I had to really sit and say, look at the 20 years, look at the 10 years of the relationships and the networks and the things that you do. You have not once shared that. So even when I came into School Counselors on Wheels, I didn't make an announcement. I was just moving and going. And I think I slighted myself in that way because there's something I'm proud of and I wasn't sharing and highlighting and telling people about it. So I think being able to market myself and learning those things have been challenges in the business. But over the years, I've been able to get mentors, been able to be on platforms, amazing platforms like this. I put myself in communities and conferences and resources and trainings to be able to help. So anything that I am dealing with, if it's a challenge, I now am in a space where I do have communities, or I go and look and find. One of the things that really helped me was this woman in business in my state. They offered free workshops or little to no cost workshops that help new business owners. They want to help business owners, women business owners, and business owners of color who are women to be able to thrive. Because as you know, first year in business, we don't survive. And then by the 5th year, they close down. And I knew I did not want to be a product of that. I didn't want to be a statistic in that statistic. I wanted to be a statistic that no matter how, slow or fast or however I'm moving, I'm still here and I'm learning and growing.
So talk to us about how important is having a business mentor?
For me, it was extremely important. And I think I had many, I had more than one, and at different seasons and periods of my life. But I also learned now that one of the biggest lessons that I learned is that initially I was just seeking a business mentor. So anybody in business, I was just wanting to get to them, get the information, learn from them. And over the years, I've done that. But over the years, I feel like now I will focus on business mentors who first are in my area of my business, because I think having the different mentors, they're going to see it differently, and their focus and how they mentor you is going to be different. So that's a benefit that I feel like of my experience I got, because I'm able to look at my business from a different perspective and lens from each, which is great. But somebody coming in, it could be overwhelming, it could be frustrating, it could be a lot. But I think I took longer than I should have by finding who I have now as a mentor, a business where they're in education consultant and can really help me start the business from scratch. But being a part of the, Goldman Sachs 1 Million Black business, that was amazing. And being able, but I learned that after, like, being able, and when you are having a mentor in business, they are someone that has went through the same process. And I feel like you can be transparent, you can be vulnerable, you can be open. And I don't think there's anything that you can say that they haven't seen or can't give you, or they'll direct you. So if you feel like I didn't make any income at this time, they'll be able to support you. If you feel like you need a resource, like sometimes you'll say, I'm struggling with this. They'll say, oh, you can use this program. Or this workshop, or you need to go for government contracting, or you need to do this. Did you think about this? And most of the time, being new in business, we haven't thought about it because we don't have that exposure. So I truly believe, even if you haven't started a business yet, that should be on your first to-do list. Before we start thinking about a name, a website, colors, branding, please find a resource and a business mentor to be able to support you in this journey. And it may not stay the same, and it's okay to find others and have multiple business mentors, but make sure you do have that, even if you're in. And also too, I think what helped is taking a class as well too. So when we have electives, if we're in school and we're taking classes, it is okay to take the one-on-one intro to business class. Even if you're studying medical, because again, I never knew I was going to be in this position. So instead of taking maybe a class that's like, oh, I'm going to take weight training, I'm going to take, something else. And those are all fine and dandy. But I think everyone should take an intro to business class if you have the opportunity to. There's in different states in education and school, there's different requirements. So there's finances required, or career and college readiness is required. But I would definitely say, whether it's a summer program or some opportunity, to try to make sure that you introduce yourself and immerse yourself in some type of business related professional development or learning experience.
One of the things that I can say that helped me when, coming on with the Black Business Network, Dr. Kelly used to do what they call the mastermind class.
Yes,
We would
yes.
have business owners come on, and we would talk about what it would be an issue or what is a hard journey for us, and then we have other business owners that would kind of give us that advice, kind of like a round table type thing. I love that. I think we need to do more of that with each other. I'm looking at doing something like that with teachers, educators as well. Because we have young educators that come in and just don't know what to do.
Yes.
And so for us to like give that, those ideas to them, I think that is something that is needed. And we have to not be so afraid to say, hey, I'm failing at this part.
Yes.
Because you don't know it all. I say that all the time. We do not know it all.
Right,
And you don't need to be with someone who doesn't know anything. You need to be with somebody who knows more so they can teach you and they help you expand your business. But not only do you listen, you have to do it. You cannot, you have to be a worker. You have to be a doer of what is said, So we have to take those advantages of those different things. For me, one of the things I done was I did became a certified yoga instructor.
Wow.
And SEL facilitator. And I take that and I used it in my classroom, and it was amazing to see how the kids transformed and how they did much better, and they was calmer. And so I never thought that I would be trying to do yoga in the class, trying to stretch and things, but sometimes we have to figure out ways that we can expand our business. And like you said, taking those different classes is okay. Finance, I may not be that well versed in finance and how to handle. So take the classes. They're out there. They're free. Take advantage. So there's no excuse. So when we think about your journey as an entrepreneur, how inspired were you, becoming a business owner? What are some lessons from your journey that you learned?
I would say, as far as being inspired, definitely, I think my hard work, my dedication, my focus, those characteristics about me help me sustain and keep working in my journey with my business. I always tell this story. When I was younger, I used to always say, I want a building with my name on it. I want a building with my name on it. I didn't know what was going to be in that building. I didn't know what it is. But essentially, as I got older and I was thinking about it last year, that was me just having ownership and having a business. And it could still happen. But I think it inspired me just to see, just having something where it's yours and being able to do something that you love. But I think, like I said, I never thought about being here as a business. And now that I'm here, I always say it's hard for me to go back to what I was doing. You know what I mean? But I think just to be able among other business owners to have a solution to problems or to help solve things in the world, and especially young people, and especially to be among the community and work of a woman who is of a color and has a Black business, and being able to help, and then to be able to help our young people so that they can build legacies. To me, that's what inspires me every day. So when I am frustrated or I'm saying, I don't know if this is, because there's time I said maybe this was just a viral move, and I thought it impulsively, and maybe it's something that I shouldn't do. But every time, deeply rooted in my purpose and my assignment. I truly believe my assignment. So I started in those areas of the school to be able to get here and be more of a expand to see what's next.
So what advice would you give to a future or aspiring entrepreneur?
So many, but if I could give one piece of advice that I always share is two things. To leaving it and have faith, no matter what the journey is, how hard it is. Your community. Sometimes we worry about being if just have one person who has expertise and skilled in this the area that you are looking to do. Because I think sometimes is that we look at people who are doing very, very well, and they may not have done what we're looking to do. So I always tell people is to find community in those who have done what you've done and have been successful for a certain period of time. And then being able to position yourself, whether it's watching a YouTube channel, reaching out, but building community around those positive folks, and being able to have the faith. So, community area.
I think to make sure that we find someone who has already done it.
Yes.
But then when they find someone that already done it, we have to be able to tell the good, the bad, and the ugly.
Yes.
You can't just tell the good side. Yes, I became this, because what's going to happen is, you tell them the good side, but then when they're starting, they're like, wait a minute, this is not what I thought. A lot of them fall on the wayside. So you have to be able to tell the good, the bad, and the ugly, so they can say, okay, you're going to see this. Like you said, you're going to start thinking like, is this what else to do?
Right. And you know what I would say too? Like, people that are going to look, sometimes I know for me, I didn't get the ugly beginning. I feel like I had to invest more.
Welcome to Intentionality with Dominique, the show that helps business owners become.
And you are going to connect.
Welcome to Intentionality with Dominique, the show that helps business owners become valued and in-demand suppliers in the marketplace to scale their businesses. Let's start today's show with host and intentional connector, Dominique Simpson-Milton.
My favorite question to ask, but what would you say is the difference between working in your business versus working on your business?
Oh my goodness, it's a mindset for sure. And prior to working with the council and working with you, I don't even know that I placed as much emphasis and importance on it. But now I understand the importance of working on the business, which is that business development, strategic planning, taking that 30,000-foot view, every 6 months and definitely at least once a year to find out what's working well, what's not, pivoting if there's a need to pivot, adding new verticals. Like, that's working on the business. Working in the business is the day-to-day operations.
Putting out fires in the day-to-day, responding to emails, that type of thing. And working on the business is setting a strategy based on, what's going on in your various industries. What are the trends, and making sure that you are doing the steps to stay in front of those trends.
As you grow and as you evolve, I'd say there are a couple of things to that. One is, if you are in the weeds every single day, and quite frankly, when you start a business, there's not a lot of, it's hard not to be, right? Because you're probably small when you start. There are probably not enough resources for the things that you have to do. That's normal. But as you grow and as you evolve, you start to understand that if your view is here, then you cannot gain the perspective to see all of the interrelationships and all of the opportunities and all of the strategic maneuvers that you should be doing in order to take grow your business in step functions as opposed to incremental.
Well, working in the business is doing everything. You wear all the many hats. Working on the business is finding out what hat you like and then being able to put in processes, systems, people that will help complement your skills.
Chasing the dollars, trying to make sure payroll is done. You have enough work to cover payroll and $2 or $3 in your pocket. The next thing you know, year after year, you're in a rat race. You never been trained to develop your business or to take it to another level.
As long as I can focus on where we are going, because no one else is doing that in the company, except for me. So if I can see, here's where we're going, and I need all 10 of y'all to come with me, then if we all do that together, then the business grows because everyone is focused on the thing they're supposed to be focused on.
Love that.
Yeah.
I think for a lot of business owners, particularly when you're just getting started, you're wearing multiple hats. I tell people all the time, I was always letter E, all of the above, when we used to fill in those multiple choice tests. And even now I still do a lot, but what is really great is that right now I'm in Richmond. My team back in Raleigh is handling everything. I don't have to pick up the phone. I don't have to check that email because I know that they can take on whatever is being thrown at them.
Take time to slow down in order to speed up. Invest in CVM SDC developmental programs each year to grow your business. Working in equals maintaining. Working on equals growth. Visit cvmsdc.org for more information on our development programs. Email us at info@cvmsdc.org.
Over the past few years, we've seen the growth of existing and new initiatives focused on financial inclusion, building global networks, and reducing the wealth gap in response to the idea there's not enough seats at the table. Whether their outcomes are to increase the representation of Black executives on corporate boards, ensure an inclusive global economy, or to create new U.S. African commercial pathways, the strategies are often carried out by separate programs. The question is, should they be? With the continent of Africa being home to more than half of the world's fastest growing economies, the youngest workforce, over 400 companies generating more than $1 billion annually, 700 generating more than $500 million annually that are poised for growth, and being the destination of nearly $5 billion in venture capital in 2021. Diversifying U.S. and Africa commercial engagement by building bridges between African businesses and their U.S. diaspora should begin being seen as mutually beneficial. From helping to reduce Africa's enormous capital gap to catalyzing two-way trade opportunities, the COVID-19 global pandemic hopefully has taught us that global challenges and opportunities are more interconnected than we thought. During the pandemic, African companies like Unicorn Flutterwave, insurance provider Reliance Health, ride-hailing app Yasir, and 54Gene, the continent's first bank of DNA on people of African descent, proved that when African companies have access to networks, capital, and information, they grow big, grow fast, and create solutions that are valuable to the world. This is why BeDirect was created. We are the first U.S.-based but African-centric board preparedness and board search company designed to connect U.S. Black talent and corporations to African businesses. Unique and fundamental to BeDirect's success is our process of helping board candidates adapt their experience and networks to an African context before they're connected to high-growth companies that are looking to locally and globally scale. From our focus groups with African business execs and government leaders, we don't ignore the sentiment that business is easy, but people are hard. Having a pool of board candidates with hard-to-access networks and extensive experience across the business life cycle, including successfully raising capital, is table stakes for an initiative like this. So yes, we have that. But corporate or entrepreneurial success in the U.S. does not guarantee success in Africa. Developed alongside industry partners on the continent, our training program, BeDirect Prep, is designed to transpose their experience to create cultural comfort, understanding, and a commitment to helping businesses in Africa scale. Our board governance sessions are African, continental, and country-specific, integrated with cultural awareness and dexterity training, masterclasses led by African industry execs, and mentoring and coaching from African continental-based facilitators. But even more unique to BeDirect Prep, we cap off our training program with an immersion trip to help candidates that have not been to Africa before see and feel Africa's complexity and opportunity from African soil. We all know traditional network-based board placement has historically left a lot of us out of ever really being in the paid board pipeline. Our strategy supports the work of many great organizations that are successfully filling seats at U.S. board tables by creating more tables for those that are still left on the sideline. It's time to start seeing the role and value of U.S. Black talent and businesses on the continent of Africa differently. Old perceptions and habits limit economic inclusion. Let's transition Black talent and the African businesses they will support from the periphery of the global economy to its core. Living in a global lockdown, we all know now how fast local and global economies can change, and see the value of having businesses that hire, strengthen local value chains, and even grow globally. Status quo in any form holds back progress. We must democratize U.S.-Africa commercial engagement by socially and economically connecting cultures that have long been disconnected. It's time for Africa's U.S. diaspora to redefine their global value by helping African businesses scale continentally and globally.
Did you know women represent just 3% of Fortune 500 CEOs and less than 15% of corporate executives at top companies worldwide? Have you wondered what the secrets are to getting into the top ranks, whether in the private or public sector? Do you want to figure out how to stop being held back in your career or passed over for promotion? Then you're in the right place. Hi, I'm Dr. Madeline Ann Lewis, President and CEO of the Executive Women's Success Institute. I have decades of experience in the military, the federal government, and corporate America, and my mission is to help women succeed and tap into their full potential. I want to reach 1 million+ women around the world to become the leaders they are meant to be. So if you want to move into a management or executive level position, or maybe you are a female veteran transitioning out of the military into business entrepreneurship, then reach out to the Executive Women's Success Institute at 301-693-3284. Let us get you on the fast track to success. Hello, I'm Dr. Madeline Ann Lewis, President and CEO of the Executive Women's Success Institute. And my genius is helping women accelerate the path to success. You know, I was blessed to have strong women in my life who encouraged, motivated, and pushed me to do my best and to never even think about giving up on my dreams. So I say to women, we must show up to rise up. We have talents and potential, but who will see them if we don't speak up and get noticed? I know that women are a tremendous resource on this planet, and there is nothing more fulfilling than helping a woman tap into her full potential. I do this because I want to be a part of helping as many women as I can to show up, to rise up. I do this because genius is common.
What if you could build your own city? A place where every child can find nurturing people to help them achieve their full potential. A place where every adult can access job training support, where health education is abundant, where social justice ruled the land. A place without limitations. Welcome. You have arrived at STEM City USA. It is what every city should be. A safe and trusted community where you find people and resources to help you become everything you are and beyond. STEM City is unlike anything you have ever experienced. It is a digital twin of the world around you, only better. STEM City is about energy and soul renewal. It is more than a digital world. You can almost feel the power of live cultural events, music, and theater. STEM City promises a better future for children with caring mentors and hands-on activities with dedicated tutors to support our youth. STEM City is your passport to a healthy lifestyle with weekly events addressing our community's many issues. STEM City is your financial well-being with helpful information on wealth management, career advancement, job training, and so much more. STEM City is the community you deserve. It is the city where your dreams can come true. STEM City USA, a place in the sky that is accessible to all who reach for the stars.